You wouldn't build windows and doorways under the ground?
Listening 75. Listen and read. What did the builders find?
He's not a real architect, but then the guy verifying him's not real because none of them are. They didn't build those buildings. It's all bullcrap. You know, the Freemasons didn't build the buildings. It was Freemasonry. It was already there.
Look, what's going on over there?
Builders found a Roman town when they were building a new shopping centre. Wow! Let's go and have a look.
So this inundation happened, and it's all over the world. And so these people, in 1850, they had to get rid of like this Greco-Roman architecture, this kind of, Doric, Greek-style architecture and domed buildings.
Look, there are archaeologists here. They found Roman pots and coins. That looks like a piece of jewellery, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
This is wonderful, isn't it? A Roman town was under our feet all the time.
Are you interested in the history of the town?
We are now. Will you come to our club and tell us all about it? Come to our club, come to our club, come to our club.
And they have hand signs they use in court because judges are Freemasons, all judges, all Shriners too.
Demonstrate and show us what happens when you shake hands with a Mason.
Sure. What you'll see is they put the thumb there on, that would be the third knuckle from the thumb. So you see this very frequently. This is the entered apprentice. There are two for fellowgraph, but Master Mason is right there. And whenever I've shaken somebody's hand that way as a Mason, it's almost like a jolt. They get it. Masons will always go in to make that handshake because it's innocuous enough to know that, well, if you're not a Mason, you're not going to respond, but it's also obvious to a Mason to know that if you are, he's trying to communicate to you.
Okay, the next thing that happens is that he says something to you after you make the handshake.
If you don't know them, he will say, so you're traveling. It means, are you a brother? Are you traveling? Are you a brother? Are you on your journey in Freemasonry with me? So you say, yes, I'm traveling. Yes, I'm a brother.
So that way, so the handshake plus the request, are you traveling?
Yeah.
Or are you traveling? And the answer yes, then they know that that you're both the same. You've got the same principles, and you belong to the same lodge. And so, not the same lodge, but the same brotherhood. So
the same brotherhood whose laws transcend all laws.
And they're above all these other laws, according to them.
Yes.
So that's one symbol. Now, you also mentioned about the different signs that they give in public when they have to. You mentioned something about asking for help in danger. Perhaps you can give us some of those.
Well, there was a situation with another lawyer who was a Mason that appeared before a judge, and he gave him the sign of the entered apprentice degree. And the judge understood that he was a Mason and therefore gave a favorable ruling to his client. There are all different kinds of examples, but that's the benefits that you seek.
Will you come to our club and tell us all about it?
But that's the benefits that you seek.
That's amazing. You can learn a lot about the Romans from just a few things. I think I've got an idea. I'll tell you at the next meeting.
What did the builders find?
Great Tartaria found. Okay, and more. So, rejoice, people. This is my New Year's present to you all. Happy days. Oh, I love it. So, if you're not familiar with Tartaria, I'm a bit confused about the maps. Some show it just being the above bit, Siberia. Somebody mentioned yesterday, did Tunguska take out the last remnants of Tartaria? Well, I crossed my mind that I don't really think the evidence is substantial enough. The photography crews going not 25 years after the occasion. Not sure. Anyway, so some maps say it's all this top bit, but as you can see, Tartaria independent, but they got China here, but in endless evidences I've put out, China is Tartaria as well. So it seems to be the entire Asian continent. Other Tartaria maps show it as this As you can see, you've got Grand Tartaria all the way to the Pacific coast of Asia. Okay, but this peninsula here, what is it? Is it Nova Zelima? What is this? And what is this? And what is this weird peninsula? Let's have a look. So it's not there, is it, the peninsula? So is it this? Is it Nova Zelima? Is it this? So what peninsula are we looking at? What we get is a very, very large mountain. When you look closely, it's a tent. Okay, so this seems to be up in the tundra and Siberia. Okay, so this is the Pacific coast, and I suppose this is America. Alaska, it must be. So this could be the Bering Straits. It's difficult to say. So I'm really confused by that map and its projections. And it comes further south. I have traced these different peoples of Tartaria, which we're going to go through now. And as you can see, it's that big. And as the British Empire did on their maps when I was a kid, right guys, the teacher used to stand me in front of the map on the wall and used to entertain the class. He used to give me this stick and he used to say a place and I used to point to it straight away, like, you know, showing off. And which used to fascinate all the kids in the class and the teachers. But I collect atlases, and I can't remember ever seeing Tartaria in my life, guys, in my childhood, ever. Okay, reference to Tartars, yeah, and Tara and Tata, and when you got a little baby in Wales, you what people say in Wales, I don't know if it's the same in England, guys, is you say, you come in the Tatars, yeah, Tatars. It's in our language, but something else will come to light today. Okay, which is very thought-provoking. So India's doesn't seem to be in it, but this swathe and China as well is all one nation, and Africa is the same sort of colour. So is Africa also. Arabia certainly seems to be. Okay, Muscovy is just a small sliver down to the Caucasus, and Tartaria desert, which I take it is the Gobi. Okay, now their capital city, according to the John Strew's book, which I'll show you in a minute, is a city up by here somewhere. Now, I think because the book was from the basically the Dutch Navy, who were the East India Company, so you can't really trust them. I think they were probably telling lies. I think that the capital was further south, actually, guys. Actually, I think the capital may have been Kiev. I'll tell you why I think that now in a minute. Now, so if you're not familiar, you are now. Tartaria, and thought to be, as you can see, is so close to America, it would take nothing for them to walk or catch boats or whatever across the Bering Strait into Alaska and work their way down into America. And what I've been studying, and I'm going to show you in this post, is the west coast of America, as in Oregon, Vancouver, and as you know, I came down to California, but I'm further north. Something I found, which I'll show you in this post. So, epic posts being put up there, by the way, guys. I'm just so, like, spoiled lately. It's just so amazing. Really amazing experience. Now, Tartaria, also up here in the tundra. Now, so that is what this post is going to be getting at. Now, there's very limited information. There is a website out there, the Tartary website. There's other ones, and you get random links like this. Okay, Theogenesis. Okay, Tartaria of 1600. Fomenko and Al are right to say the history in Russian has been widely distorted, and Russian has been widely distorted, though their conclusions are often highly speculative and sometimes even proven wrong. This map is an English mapmaker, Jenkinson, of 1562, and it shows you that same sort of tent. Peninsula's not there, but it says Tartaria, and it's north of the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. Okay, so the Latvia, Belarus, the Ukraine is definitely there, and all of it. So it comes a lot further south, maybe into the Ottoman Empire. Maybe the Ottomans just a ruse for these, as well as Rome and Greece. Anything that is this build, okay, I'll show you how they live in pictures later, okay, it's superb, okay, this culture is superb, I'll show you. So anything they find like this sort of architecture, they just attribute to Greece or Rome. So Belarus, Johannes, Emperor of Russia, and Duke of Muscovy is of course Ivan the Terrible. He does not rule over the great empire of Muscovy, and Tartaria is a distinct country, excuse me, a distinct country. So it's next to Muscovy, so that is Ukraine. Okay, the distinction is old and beginning of the 6th century. Maps based on Ptolemy, which gives you the name plain author. Displayed Asian, Sarmatian, well, Etho-Russian. I think there might be something missing there. And these guys, this is what we want to look at. Scathia. Okay, the capital of Scathia is Kiev. For Tartary. So, and Tartarian is the modern name. Tartarian Russian is clearly different countries for a long time. And the map is 1562. There is no capital of Tartaria, but I'll show you by 1733, okay, or a bit earlier actually, there very much is. Okay, so this is sort of how the mainstream, I would guess, think about it all. Okay, common history tells us Karakorum was founded in 1220. You see what I mean? And the capital of Genghis Khan, first great Khan. At that time was a modern Mongolia in Kumalash, replaced by Kamakura in 1260 as the capital of the 5th great Khan Kublai. In Xanadu did Kublai Khan pleasure dome decree erect. So he apparently built Xanadu, this mystical city, which nobody knows where it is. So Marco Polo talks of the Tartars. We're going to look into that as well. Okay, by the Book of Wonders, Marco Polo. Now he doesn't talk about the Great War being there, guys, but he does talk about his meetings with Tartarians, which we're going to talk about, and I'll show you the Book of Wonders and give it to you, so you can read it over the weekend. Brilliant depictions, I love it all. Okay, so probably Ivan Terrible lived at the same time as Genghis Khan, so they're bringing Genghis Khan into a more recent time frame as what it should be. Okay, Khan, I am not completely close to the idea that Buta Khan could be a predecessor. Johannes argued flamenco went out, so they're talking flamenco anyway. Okay, which I partly go with, but not completely, because he's not from we're not from the same standpoint, as in I'm a flat earther. Okay, Constantinople. So I'll pass this link to you. It's based on some bullshit, obviously, but it gives you an idea of the 1600 state of Tartaria. It's that widespread. Okay, at the same time as America has been discovered and is there. Yes, yes, right. So this letter, this page for a book, I've sent the lady an email and said, which book was it I sent you? I'm panicking now, but I thought it was too provocative enough not to carry on with the post, and as soon as she gets back to me later, I will give you a rundown on basically what book this is and link it. So it basically says this. This is a contemporary of Benjamin Franklin and Voltaire. I shit you not, this guy who's wrote this, and I got some information on Benjamin Franklin as well. He's definitely in on all of this. Okay, but what it says is this. I'll go from here. The thread which connects us with the Greeks and the Romans would be snapped asunder. The precious productions of ancient literature would no more exist for us than the works there were any, published before the catastrophe which annihilated that highly scientific nation, which, accordingly to Bailey, existed in the remote ages in the centre of Tartary. Or at the roots of the Caucasus, in which, in the sciences, we should have had all to create. This advanced civilization in the Caucasus, or the Tartaria, or this area that I've just spoken of, gave Western philosophy its sciences, guys. I get extra proof. This is fucking real. So this is a guy who's a contemporary. It goes into, that's the only, talks about Troy, but it brings Greece and Rome. It explains sort of between the lines there a cover story for Tartaria. We got all our science from Tartaria, guys. I shit you not, there it is. The guy is quite influential. He's a contemporary of Benjamin Franklin, as I said. Well, this is 17, excuse me, Masonic text, obviously, because it's from Edinburgh, and it's the Britannica, the Encyclopedia of Britannica, under T, but it's a very early one, 1771. And what they say for Great Tartaria, it's sure, okay, is Tartary, or Tartaria, is a vast country in northern Asia, bounded by Siberia, Asia, to the northwest. This is called Great Tartaria. The Tartars lie south also of Muscovy and Siberia, so they're south of Siberia and Muscovy. Their capitals and the peoples are known as Ashtakhan, which I'll show you the capital. The Circassan, I can't pronounce it, and Dagestan, which we've heard of. Now, in John Strew's, he states that Ashtakhan is the capital. I propose that it's not. I propose that it's Kiev. I'll give you my reasons why now, guys. It's one of the biggest imperial cities, okay, in the whole of Asia, and it is these people, these Scastias, which are the advanced ones that are building all this shit, guys. Okay, I'll show you now. So there it is there, as you can see. Great Tartaria, the Tatars lie forth of Muscovy and Siberia. Those of Ashtakhan, Circasse and Dagestan, okay, situated northwest of the Caspian Sea, okay. The Kalmyk Tartars, they're another type I've seen as well, who lie between Siberia and the Caspian Sea. The Uzbek Tartars and the Mongols, okay, and they lie to the north of Persia and India, and lately those of Tibet, okay, so they're in Tibet as well, okay. They lie northwest of China, okay, but that's not the case. China is part of Tartaria, and Peking is a Tartarian major city, okay. So that is very, very interesting, don't you think?
What did the builders find?
So I found a nice little handful of maps in a pursuit of trying to find some other maps, but I was really happy with my discovery. These are really interesting, and this one here, all of these I'll be focusing on North America, and I think there's a lot to be revealed in these older maps. Really, really interesting. One of the first things we notice here is California being an island. And, you know, there are old legends that Nevada used to be occupied by a group of red-haired giants and a seafaring people a seafaring giant race, which doesn't make sense with our new landscape. But now you can see in the old landscape, it would make sense that Nevada actually had access to the sea. And later, for, whatever reason, whatever happened, this becomes connected. And Nevada no longer has access to the sea. I think it would be about right here. But actually what I was looking for, and I did not find that particular map, and maybe I will before this video is finished, but there were old maps that used to depict this portion, this area that says parts unknown. Well, in older maps it used to say parts unknown also, but also occupied by giants. And one was a French map that I saw a long time ago, and it said, that this was an area of giants. And that's in a lot of maps of America, and we'll see some today. You'll just see a cut off section right here. I mean, you won't even see anything. This one is pretty interesting. I mean, we do see a lot more than some of the older maps, but yeah, you'll just see a complete void of even, the whole northwest corner of America. And in this one, another thing that really caught my attention, and there's so much, it's really amazing, but it's actually this writing right here. The Baron Lahonen, in his first book, page 125, says that some of the Mozambique nation told him that at the defluence of 150 leagues, their principal river empties itself into a salt lake 300 leagues in circumference, the mouth of which is about 2 leagues broad. That lower part of the river is adorned with 6 noble cities. 6 noble cities, besides 100 towns, great and small, round that sort of sea, and that ye people call themselves Tahuglank. Tahuglank. Regardless, but what they're saying is that, yes, if you follow this river, it empties itself into a salt lake, a great salt lake of 300 leagues in circumference, and you have this amazing, noble city, and they make the difference. They differentiate between, besides 100 towns, 100 towns are surrounding these 6 noble cities, and yet now this makes sense. Because when we look at, especially if you've seen another video of mine where I do ancient America, and it's mostly Google Earthing, and I spend a portion of time in around the Salt Lake, and you can see remnants of ancient cities all over the place, all over, including some buildings like the Great Salt Palace, which somehow survived, and actually a lot of buildings survived in Salt Lake City, a lot of buildings that do not fit into the narrative. The Mormon settlers arrived in Salt Lake City really in 1860, and by 1900s you have glorious buildings that have the aging of 200 years old at least, and really, really, really amazing. And now that we see this writing, how fascinating. The first time that I've seen a confirmation of 6 noble cities surrounding the Salt Lake and 100 towns. I mean, really amazing. Here we can see Illinois. Illinois is like Illinois, and this is obviously pre-America. I mean, America is New France here, the bulk of it. Over here we have New Scotland, Canada, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Mexico. The Sea of the British Empire. So this is great. This is great because, the older, the better. And so even in this old map, we have Illinois. So almost showing that Illinois has some very, very old foundations. So, there's so much more, and I hate to jump on, but let us, this is clearly old, and, so old that, so here, again, as a point of reference, I always like to try to find the Colorado River. And here I'm going to say this is the Colorado. Here, even Yuma, Arizona, it says Yuma, way before it was Arizona. So we can follow the Colorado up, and here we would have the green and the Colorado. I'm imagining. A little distorted, of course, and maybe this is not the Salt Lake. And you see now this is not an island anymore. There's no sailing through the Gulf of Mexico and back out. But we have Santa Barbara. How interesting. We have Santa Barbara, San Clemente, San Francisco, Saint Francisco back then. And, oh, here we go, 1795. So, yes. Excellent. So this is, within, let's say 25 years, 20 years after America is formed. And yet, okay, we have a little bit of establishment here. And now we have Illinois. Naturally, if it's been formed as a state, we're going to have the names that we recognize. With this map, what I noticed, here you can see again, like I was talking about, the missing chunk of land. I mean, again, because I wish I could find the map that showed, but yeah, a region inhabited by giants. So nobody messed around here. Nobody messed around. You had your areas, it was probably understood. The giants left the people alone over here. Here it appears as if we have Greenland ice-free. But yeah, really interesting. Ice-free. And all of this, in fact, ice-free. And Florida is always depicted in the old maps. So here, this is really interesting on the flat Earth level. We don't call the oceans the Pacific and the Atlantic. We call it Mer du Nord, the ocean of the north. Mare Septentrionale, which is really interesting. So you get that a lot. This reminds me of the old people, and oftentimes up here in the North Pole, you see here Septentrio. So yeah, this seems to be Septentrionale. So this seems to be something with the old world. To me, it sounds very much like September. I mean, the only thing we get close to it, but yet that must be rooted in this old word that seems to be associated usually with the northern regions. And Sud Carol, you see here, South Carolina is already, but yet they're written in French. This seems to be pre-America, still Canada or New France. And Florida is always Florida. I mean, going way back to the oldest maps we can see, Florida is always Florida. So again, Mar del Sur, this is going to be not French, but I can tell this is the ocean of the south. And here we have Mar del Norte, obviously the ocean of the north. America Septentrional, and I'm sure there's a nalis somewhere. Here we go, nalis. So yes, America, it's almost like, if Septentrionalis is up here typically, it's the northern region. So this is almost like southern Septentrionalis. Really interesting in that you have this area that is typically depicted in older maps as being inhabited by giants. And how, the giants would have come from the north. It looks like we potentially can see Salt Lake here. Oh, and by the way, whenever we are talking about a salt lake or a salt crater, or to me this is a weapon, that creates the water to be salty. just like Sodom and Gomorrah and the Dead Sea in Israel. You know, essentially, we do have a story that tells us it was hit by fire and brimstone, and we're left with a salty sea. And I think we see the same thing with Salt Lake. We have here what is being called the Mapa de los Estados Unidos. So the United States, a map of the United States de Mexico. And what's going on here? You know, let me make this bigger. What is going on here with a map of the United States of Mexico in 1847? And what are these? You know, what are these? Are these peaks? Really interesting. Let's move on. So, what I noticed about this one was the seeming missingness of the Great Lakes. And here, Septentrio, and this I believe is that lake that we see way at the top of the, we usually see that way at the top here, so here we go. But regardless, yes, I don't see the Great Lakes, as if they haven't been formed. And here we go. Now here is Shilaga. Shilaga, which I think, you know, Chicago gets its name from, but again, we don't have the lake yet. And one of my commenters, he had beautiful definitions of what these meant. And laga I believe meant town, and she meant large. So this was large town. And right here, depicting this one. So here's a lot of smaller towns, but this was large town. So Chicago and Shilaga, and we'll see a lot of other pronunciations of it, but always depicting, I believe, the same place was this town. So look at all of these towns. These would have been grand and glorious port towns. And I think recently, and I want to touch on this a little bit later in the video if I have time, but Conspiracy R Us did a wonderful piece and depicting all of the bomb sites in the Carolinas. And look here, look at the towns by the Carolinas. You know, significant again. Old map, pre-America, this is still New France, and look at the towns. And now this seems to have a correlation. If we saw the blast marks that he was showing us on, you know, various images, here we go. These are the ancient towns. And here again, great lakes suddenly formed that aren't here. Well, Great Lakes. Here's one Great Lake right here. Kaboom! Probably wiped out all of these in one shot. And Chicago seems to have just serious antiquitech and ancient architecture and layouts of the rivers and the waterfronts, and clearly to me older, just like we've been showing in you know, a lot of these videos, and a lot of creators have been showing. Chicago is no exception, and I've been wanting to just get a whole bunch of pictures depicting Chicago alone. But here again, we do see the cities without the Great Lakes, and you know, a lot of Chicago was preserved, but yet clearly a lot wasn't. And even here, this Hotchella, we see that a lot. So Hotchella, Hotchgelaga. So again, Laga, town. Shilaga, town. Now, whose language is this? I don't know. I don't know. So that's going to be like a large mountain, maybe. You know, really interesting, and so much. And again, look at the towns. Look at Mexico. I mean, look how inhabited Mexico is. I mean, you know, it's as if you know, perhaps some of these pyramids, even like, perhaps they were still going on in Chihuahua, and you know, you have pyramids here. And yes, were these such old ruins, or was a lot of these ruins still still being occupied. Places where we now see ruins and places that are very remote in some cases, well, they certainly weren't ruins in these pictures. I mean, we can go clear down to South America and Peru and look at this. I mean, look at the population in Peru in kind of the remote areas. So absolutely fascinating. And now where we see great deserts, great deserts, and the same thing up here. This one is really interesting. Again, showing the missing piece, America. And look how it's really just showing wild animals, and maybe just depicting the wild, but really I think depicting the mystery, because they have no idea. Now here we do see the Great Lake, if I'm seeing that correctly, and it looks like a complete reorientation of what we were seeing in earlier maps. California appears to be an island again, but maybe they just didn't know again, because the ancient race occupied this northern west region, and really you probably weren't able to even explore up here. Now this map says around 1600. It actually said around 1600, as if there's no actual knowledge of this date. And this one seems really old. I mean, we have what looks like Greenland being called Meta Incognita. Really interesting. Maybe this is a little portion of Iceland, I don't know. Arcticus. So we are seeing a complete connection here with the North Polar region. But what caught my eye about this map, although there are tons of anomalous things, is this kind of railroad track right here. And this is as much as I can zoom in, but this railroad track right here, really interesting. Of course, everything is laid out completely different now, but what I noticed is the orientation of the Great Lakes, or maybe the lack of their greatness. This appears, with its right angles, almost artificial, and especially this train tracky looking thing here. I don't know. What kind of tech is this? What is this? And we really see a build out of civilization along the coast in this old map. And I have seen a ton, of star forts along here. I mean, this is like Starfort Central. And this is artificial coastline central. I mean, we have a reshaping of the coastline. And I think, that may be what we're seeing here. And so, yeah, the coastline to me seems very artificial. Very, very artificial. And, you can see here. Now, of course, Google is playing tricks here again. And we're not getting a full, clear image. I think that what we can see is similar to what I was talking about earlier, and perhaps the star fortiness. If you look carefully, this whole, it's as if all of this was star forty, and it's been rounded off. The corners and the definition has been rounded off to where it's almost not apparent, but you can make it out, I think. But I think what we have is artificial patterns here, and also artificial sandbars. Now these sandbars, they absolutely seem artificial to me. And, the feat of engineering and the amount of money, and I don't know, who allocated funds to build a sandbar along the entire coast of the United States, and a beautiful sandbar with port entryways. And I never heard about the great sandbar creations. And even this tunnel, look how interesting this tunnel. I mean, it was so important to make a tunnel across. This is again a feat of absolute engineering. I want to end with these two little things here. As I was preparing to look at the coast, I couldn't help but notice these tracks. These tracks here, these tracks led me, pretty much led me on a small quest, and I followed them. And they almost look like the tracks in Peru in my last video that we see along the mountainside, enormous, enormous tracks. And it should be worth noting that this is blurred out. This is blurred out, and yet we see little pyramid tops, and it is absolutely blurred out. And you can see little dots around here. So here we definitely have some buried, not buried, just blurred out. We definitely see traces of civilization along with these tracks. And now I'm just going to jump over here and follow the tracks a little bit more, which I couldn't help it doing. They run all over the place, and this is just really, really interesting. I mean, look at this one, zigzagging. I mean, there is no chance that this is natural. And here I followed the track to this beautiful island, and I said, what is this island? And the tracks all intersect here, and well, it turns out that this is Bermuda. It looks like a mountaintop poking up, in times of old. This was clearly a mountain, and this was and now we can see maybe all roads, led to here, and this was a center, and maybe this was Atlantis, and this is with the rising of the ocean, this gets mostly buried. And what do we have here? I mean, this would just be a study. And again, what will Google really let us see? But right away we can see, I don't know. And I'm just going to finish up with, this is a triangle. All these tracks lead to this triangle. And, I don't know, maybe people knew this, and but I didn't. And sure enough, there is a triangle in Bermuda. And here it is, surrounded by ancient tech all over the place.
What did the builders find?
In this picture, this is the old America. What we're seeing under the statue is a star fort. And we'll get to that in a minute. But really, this country just seems to have sprouted, and suddenly, boom! It seems to all be here, and everybody's hustling and bustling, and we have very little photos of the building of everything, and we just seem to have taken this for granted for the last, couple hundred years. And it seems like we're just starting to wake up and realize, what is all this? As I thought to myself when I first noticed the star fort under the Statue of Liberty. I didn't never even notice what she was standing on, or he. In any case, later I'll also get to the Utah settlers who came in the 1840s, and by the 1900s the cities were completely bustling, according to history. Completely bustling to the brim. But in any case, let's start this video off in Puerto Rico, even though it's not a state, it's a part of the US. And Puerto Rico has two different styles going on. There's the older style, real old underneath. You see the base almost resembles the Japanese bases or even the Tibetan bases. Newer buildings on older bases. And here we can see a castle. Looks like they've painted it blue. They've painted all of Puerto Rico all different colors, I think, to throw us off. But you can see a much older architecture, and then, really wild colors, which is really nice. But here again in Puerto Rico, we see this style, again with these futuristic antennas, either, some kind of purpose. I mean, back when, I'm sure they weren't just concerned about radio. Clearly, you know, some future tech. And here we see a little corner of this San Juan area, a little corner, and just amazing. I mean, the block work and the top and bottom of this corner appear to be, you know, some sort of concrete cast, but apparently this was built in 1521, the Fort San Felipe, and it's surrounded with a 42-foot wall. But look at this, I mean, just absolutely amazing. Again, 1500s, but whatever, you know, whatever with these times that were given. But to realize that there's a much older structure underneath Puerto Rico, and here on the corner of the island we see it poking out, and it's really fascinating, really fascinating. You can see here the column. Look at the man and the column and the size of the door. And again, this is Puerto Rico. I don't know what you thought of. I didn't think about this when I thought of Puerto Rico. And recently, you know, they had hurricanes. Here we can get a better example of this San Juan fortress here, and the 42-foot wall around it. And I think a lot of it is probably buried. It may very well be buried underneath it. It looks like it succumbed to maybe a mud flood. But in any case, there was probably something on top. There was clearly maybe some glorious structure on top. And, you know, I'm surprised they haven't built, you know, something on top of it to, you know, throw the eye off a little. And doesn't fit the timeline. Again, the greater architecture is on the bottom. And, you know, we see, I think in Turkey we see, at the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see something. And I believe it's Turkey. I'd have to research that. But yeah, here again in Puerto Rico, what is this style? And in the top right corner, you see this dome that we see all over, that just seems like there's another purpose to these buildings, a dual purpose. But this style is just amazing. Now here, again, we see the two different styles. We see the ancient, and then, you know, they've turned this into a cemetery, but I think before that there was another purpose, you know, and this could have been some kind of resonating system. Or here again, a look at the island, San Juan, Puerto Rico. And I think we're just seeing the foundation, of course. I mean, this is just the whatever else was here is probably wiped out now. And, you know, it's similar to our base on our Statue of Liberty here. All we're seeing is the base and its wondrous architecture. I mean, people are tiny. People are like ants next to that. But again, the statue, it's amazing they left us this, really. I really do think it's amazing that they left this in plain sight. And you know what? It fooled me for a long time. I did not look at the base and realize this is something much older. And even during construction, we can see that this piece here is very weathered, very old. And, you know, I think that's the whole idea, really. It's just building on top of a past civilization, and that's certainly been our narrative. But our narrative has been, at least the lie has been, you know, we are advancing. And no, I mean, if you see here, this is junk on top of something great. You know, the old star forts of the world, and I'm not going to get into that in this video, but there's so many more in America as well, all over the world. So now I'd like to jump to Albany, New York, and I found this old book, and it really showcases, again, what seems like the architecture of an older people, really, really beautiful. And, 1861, just fascinating. And we see this, this just doesn't fit. This just seems to have, I don't know. I mean, again, these cities seem almost artificial, or having been created for the new people, the new reset, as we could call it. And they seem to have just been here. I mean, at one point, a lot of them become government buildings. Here we can actually see polygonal masonry. I mean, just amazing. This was apparently a church. So, everything is a church, or a municipality. A church is a good one to fool us with. It really, especially the breathtaking buildings, a church is a really good one, I think. Here now, this is a high school, and this is a bad one, I mean, they really went on a limb here and designated this one. And again, I didn't find any photos of the construction of this, but that's going out on a limb. I mean, a high school, really? Now here, just amazing. I mean, this is like a European, especially on top. I mean, this is something else. I mean, in this time period, I think, I don't know, perhaps there are pictures. Here we see pictures of renovating. I believe adding on to the top, or perhaps the top was destroyed. But this cathedral is just glorious. And again, I think it probably was destroyed on the top, like a lot of these buildings were destroyed. I mean, here's the final product. So perhaps they added these two top steeples here. When I went to New York City, that really blew me away. I mean, that was the most impressive, building I'd seen in New York. These are just absolutely amazing. I mean, this is not, these people have horses. There's no need to build something like this. There's just no need, and there's no resources. Here now we see in Chicago, and they tore this building down, I think just to hide the glory of it. But there's no need, again. And again, it was here when they had horses too. We can see cars down there, but when there were horses, horse people as a transportation don't build such things. Here, the Philadelphia Penitentiary, I thought was really interesting, and how castle-like it was. And here again, we get another angle of it, and the weathering. I mean, what kind of? Again, I mean, if that's what they tell us, it shouldn't have that kind of weathering. I mean, that's especially in that last photo. This story doesn't match up. And now here is a post office. I mean, really? Again, with these silly designations that I'm telling you. Now, this appears to be one of the earliest buildings. Look at the rubble in the background. I mean, what happened? This is supposed to be a city just being built, and it's in complete rubble back there. But the Smithsonian, there she was, just like she's been there a long time. That wasn't a new building. Here I believe they're adding on to it. So there was already something there, and that's, typically what we see is maybe re-roofing. Now here as well, we can see like more of a resurfacing, but not necessarily a building from scratch. Just adding to. Here again, I mean, look, this again is horse and buggy time, and look at the weathering of the Capitol building. I mean, just absolutely weathered. And here it appears as if there's been a mud flood This photo is dated 1860. And so yeah, I mean 1860, and the capital is not yet completed. And now here again, this example, this is a lithograph, of course, but you know, the horse and the buggy, and then look at the people next to the columns. Really? I mean, really? You have a horse and buggy, and you need columns like that? Now here is Coney Island, and Coney Island is actually what I believe to be much older as well, and I think serving another purpose. Now here's another look in its glory. I mean, just absolutely amazing, and really not many people, you know, in this time period, shortly after what seems to be the reset. And now here's a little catastrophe, and I'm surprised they, you know, have this in this little brochure, but, and look at the smokestacks in the background. Really interesting. And it clearly looked like a power generating station. Now here's Salt Lake in 1913. Salt Lake City in 1913. The Mormons came in 1847. 147 men. And suddenly this? Now here again. You know, this is a picture in the early 1900s. I mean, this was here. This was here. And look at this. I mean, they've altered it to date, but this is like a power plant or something. It's about 15 miles west of Salt Lake City. Now here already it's changed. It looks a little different, or it could be the other side. But notice how it's built on a pier, and it's not far from the shore. Why wouldn't you build on the shore? Why would you put this glorious structure out in the water? And it's a salt lake. It's salt water. Now here again, look how built out the city is already by the early 1900s. Completely built out. This is what it looks like today. And yet 50 years ago they came in with wagons and oxen, is what the narrative is. Now here is what I believe their Salt Lake Temple looked like. Now they say this is the construction, but it looks done to me. I mean, now they've added some pointy tops to it, but I think that's all we see. This was here. And I believe the grid was here as well. I mean, like I've shown in some of my other videos, this ancient grid that runs all around the earth. And here again we see a beautiful style. And not our style. This is the most advanced of the Greco-Roman style. This is like the futuristic, but again, before us. And here again is the Salt Lake. Salt Palace is what they call it. And you know, nowadays they have like rock concerts, but it doesn't look like this anymore, and it's not out on the water either, but again, I believe it looks like a power generating kind of a station if you look at this. I mean, with all the antennas. Again, the city completely built out, where, you know, only 50 years prior the Mormon settlers came here, and there were Indians and scuffles between the Indians. And yeah, look at this style. I mean, and again, this is the style that we find all over the world. It's not unusual, but these columns, these almost cast columns. And now here again is the Salt Lake Temple, but look at this old crumble wall. Again, early 1900s photo. Earlier, I believe. Forgive me on this one, but yeah, look at the older wall. That's no longer there. And the ruins. I mean, this doesn't look like some new construction. Now, this photo just really amazed me. This, again, kind of a lithograph, but a lot of, I used to live in Salt Lake City for years, and we don't see these buildings. This is just absolutely amazing. It looks, in some cases, it looks nicer back then than it does now. again, this architecture, which clearly looks mud flooded. You see the windows, and Salt Lake has examples of mud flooding all throughout, and this is a great example of it as well. And now here, this is a city and county courthouse building that I've been to several times, and those columns behind them seem to be the same cast that you see in St. Petersburg Square, or in St. Petersburg. Just that gorgeous, you know, those giant columns, but the same formula. And I just found this fascinating. Again, this is here in the 1900s, so in 50 years, suddenly we're, you know, building St. Petersburg-esque style columns in Salt Lake City. I mean, absolutely amazing. Now, this next building I've been to as well, and they say that it's an old insane asylum, and it's haunted, and you know, it was really creepy. In any case, but yeah, if you have a story, but what a gorgeous building now that I see it, now that I'm really seeing it clearly. Yeah. Here again is the city courthouse building. Just amazing. I mean, there's gargoyles. I have much better photographs, but in any case, you know, for this purpose, you can see what I'm talking about. But really, really beautiful and beyond its time, again. Now let's jump to the Alamo in Texas, 1854. Now this is a lithograph again, you know, but gives us a good example of what we saw there and what I'll show you in the next photos. Really something, if you look carefully, you see the swirling on the pillars and the columns. So, you know, the center square, the center square is one building, and now the rounded top part, that was added, and even busted parts of the side were added. But we can see older photos, like the next one I'm going to show. Now here's really the remnants of what used to exist at the Alamo, and now we can really see this beautiful Greek-Roman architecture. And here again, now I believe this is a lithograph, but a very good one, and fortunately they were there early enough. I mean, there's still grass growing on the ruins on top. I mean, this is probably a well-preserved picture. Now this is San Jose, Texas. Now I think this is again very similar. But notice the dome, again, like we saw in many of the what appear to be either cathedrals or power plants or sound resonators. Now again, this is in Texas, and they tell us the, you know, Spaniards, you know, came and built these. But I don't care who built them, just absolutely amazing for that time period. And, you know, I think the stories we're given, our people should be too primitive to be building this. This is in Texas. I mean, it just seems completely out of place. Now here's, you know, what seems to be an old, really, you know, like an 1850s postcard kind of. And now it appears that there used to be two towers. Again, the strange antenna. I mean, you know, there's ancient tech going on here for its time period, just way out of place. And now here it shows it how it used to look. This is the oldest photo I found, and it actually had two towers on it. Two, and now the one is missing, and you can still see the dome section in the back.
What did the builders find?
Skyscrapers, when they built them, the floors are way higher. That's a separate issue about giants. And they take these beautiful buildings and they claim that they were built on a certain year, and then they're demolished, sometimes only 10 years later, and they have only pictures of it fully built or during demolition, no pictures of it during construction. And let me just tell you this from my research I've done so far, and it's coming in fast and furious. I'm really just blown away. The evidence is overwhelming. As sure as I am that the earth is flat, which I am sure, as crazy as that sounds, the history is completely different from what they've told you. The evidence of fakery of these things is overwhelming, and I'm going to present a lot of that right now, today, in this video, and in many subsequent videos. And you'll catch on and you'll see it too, like crazy. And it's so amazing how I'll come up with a theory and then I test the theory like, well, if this, then that. And just like with the flat earth, like, well, if the earth is flat, then you'll be able to see under the right conditions this certain distance, which would be impossible on a globe. And then I check it out myself and you can see that thing, you know. But you got to think of this. Well, I'm doing a Lonnie Quinn impression again. No, today's focus, though, I'm just taking off some very specific bites today. There's so much fun information, just mind-boggling, mind-blowing. It'll make your synapses fire and churn like crazy. So brew a cup of coffee if you haven't already, and buckle up, because this blows you away. So, okay, so let's just start with this building here. Whatever the name of it is, they keep changing that. They walked into San Francisco in the what we know as the 1800s, the mid to late 1800s. They walked in around that time, maybe before, and these buildings are already there. Some of them pristine. They just had to kind of clear them out. You know how California is. They just dusted them off a little bit, probably. And they're done, and then they pretty much just kind of burned them down right away in 1906 with the supposed earthquake, whatever. But okay, so before all that, though, this building was the tallest building west of the Mississippi, one of the tallest buildings in the world at the time, supposedly. But it's 310 feet tall and only 15 stories. I'm going to say it again. 310 feet tall and only 15 stories. Normally a building is going to be about 10 feet to a story, a little bit less than that. So I'd say at 310 feet, you're going to expect it to be like 29 floors or something. You know, but, you know, the lobby, you might have a few floors. Skip some of the maintenance floors, which are every so many in a building. Yeah. But 15. And when they reduced the height of the building by 12 feet, did it go to fewer stories? No, they added floors to it. It's 21 floors. And look at how ugly they made it. It was beautiful, and they made it ugly. Now, if they tried to destroy it. And these buildings, they had this earthquake, and they said they're damaged, but they were not damaged. They only refaced them. They burned them, they shook them. These buildings would not fall. And we are told, like in the case of the previous videos about New Zealand, we're told that, oh, the older buildings just couldn't handle the earthquake and they got damaged. No, they dynamited those things. They pulled those things down. It's nuts. And they made it ugly. Look at the same building today. Look how ugly it is. But one thing I was thinking of is, how do they do air conditioning on that? They invented air conditioning, 15, 20 years after these buildings were built. Can you imagine how stiflingly hot it would be up there? And then how they get water up there before they had electricity. It's insane. But anyway, so then I was looking at it and then I thought of this. Wait a minute. You know, they demolish these buildings. They try not to let the photographs of them get out. Any drawings of the buildings they claim are sketches or plans for the buildings. But then I thought, wait, I bet you the buildings are in movies that got circulated, you know? And so then I looked at a list of skyscrapers of the tallest or biggest early skyscrapers, and they broke it down between fictional and non-fictional in film. And so I'm looking at the fictional ones, and I bet you that I'm going to find some that are indeed real, that they just claim are fictional, you know. And then just going through that, they had movies about architects, and so I look at movies about architects, and I'm thinking, oh, that's where they lay down some bullshit, you know, to try to make up stories about who these architects are and what they did, because they didn't do squat. They didn't do jack squat, those architects. Like Frank Lloyd Wright, Frank Lloyd wrong. And sure enough, I find movies about architects, and they're just the most pretentious snobs. And I do know from secondhand knowledge about the world of architecture, it's very difficult to get into. You might as well expect to become the next Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos. Well, at that time, especially, how do you get in? How do you get that gig? You know, it's a very, very tightly knit world. And was that movie Something About Mary, where the guy claims to be an architect, but you know, it's like, no way, because the world of architecture is so small. But then the guy verifying his claim, and who couldn't believe that he was an architect, ended up being a pizza delivery
First, I
guy.
have a surprise.
Surprise?
Yeah, it's the architecture exhibit.
Which building's yours?
There's projects all over the world.
Really? Oh, where would I have seen your work?
Santiago, Chile? Are you familiar with the soccer stadium?
Did you build the Estadio Olimpico?
Well, among others. It's quite a fine example, in fact. Down the street, the Celinto Catayente. I recommend that next time you're up that way, that you drop in and take a ganders at it yourself.
Pretending also to be an architect, because really, there are no architects. That's the buildings he referred to, where the guy's claiming to be an architect. It's like, he's not a real architect, but then the guy verifying him's not real, because none of them are, they didn't build those buildings. It's all bullcrap. You know, the Freemasons didn't build the buildings. It was Freemasonry. It was already there. Oh, I love it. But I'm looking at this and I see this guy. Oh, you know, where is he? Sir John Soane, an English architect, an American legacy. Oh, and they make a movie about him. Who makes a movie about him? Checkerboard Films. Black and white checkers. So obvious. I mean, it's just predictable. I'm like, okay, I bet you they're like these fictional skyscrapers. So I'll verify that. Haven't come to any conclusions about that. But movies about architecture, movies about architects, you can just, I haven't watched these, but I can just imagine the BS they lay down in those. It's got to be 10 feet, the mud of the mud.
Plans to free the earth dwellers from their miserable existence, crawling like worms in the mud over the surface of the world. But I will show them all.
But anyway, yeah, they had to have air conditioners for these buildings, and apparently that didn't exist yet. So why would they build the buildings that tall? And it's not that hard. Now look at this. I've started to notice they fake these pictures, man. I'm telling you, false flag right there. not like a false. It's not a false flag like attack. You know, this time it's just a painted flag. It's false. It's not real. It's painted in the picture. Why? Because they want you to think that those things were flagpoles, and they're not. But anyway, back to the air conditioning. So let's talk about electricity and water pressure, and by people's experience, if you live in a 7-story building, natural water pressure from the typical water towers, or maybe in those times aqueducts would have been the same thing. Above 7 stories, you don't even have enough water pressure to even flush a toilet. It's just inadequate. And so you have to have electric pumps and a series of tanks. You have to have sensors that tell you when the tanks are getting to be empty and they need filled, and then you make these pools of water and you pump them up in series, because you can't really pump water up higher than about 30 feet. It starts to get to pressures that are untenable when it comes to reliable engineering. So that is something that further complicates the whole thing about these skyscrapers being built before 1900. It was, how could it, and the buildings, what really gets me is that the buildings weren't used. They weren't even used. They were built and said to be just stupid in every way, just unusable, cost inefficient, not cost effective, couldn't find tenants, couldn't find a purpose for the building after they built it. It changed ownership, it changed hands, the costs were just astronomical. It's just crazy, crazy, crazy. But so here's one of the movies I checked out, and I just thought it was interesting because it gets to be far enough in the past that it almost starts to look like the present and swinging back the other way. And they want you to think that you go the Roaring '20s, and they want you to think that you go, back further, that it's going to start to get super uber conservative. And I don't think so, because I think it was becoming more conservative over time through the '20s into the '50s. It probably everything got to be the most conservative in many ways, and then the pendulum swung the other way. So here's this to kind of close this one out, but we'll take a look at the fictional skyscrapers, so-called fictional ones, attributed to be fictional. I wonder how many of them turn out to actually be legit. But we'll find out at another time. Out of time here. I hope you enjoyed it. Catch you later next time. Isn't it a crazy, crazy world?
What did the builders find?
Recently, we've been discovering a lot of anomalous things with our history. And I think the real question is, when did this history really begin? When did we begin? What might be called the reset? When did the reset occur? When we look at photos like this one, what we see is these World's Fairs that occurred in the early 1900s. And these World's Fairs appear to have technologies and seem to be boasting machinery and buildings that we would never again see after the World's Fair. And the historical narrative is that these buildings were built for the World's Fair and torn down after the World's Fair. But when we look at a lot of these technologies and, artifacts on display here, what we see is things that have been inherited by the new people. And everything is on display for one last time. And we would see this great expo of all these buildings and technologies, and then everything would disappear. We arrive on the scene to all of this, and never again do we replicate these technologies. And why do we tear these buildings down? I mean, look at this. Are we really to believe that this building was created only for the World's Fair? I mean, did we really have that much money to throw around to build glory in this fashion only to tear it down after a World's Fair? Unbelievable. And now we're going to research the Chicago World's Fair here a bit. And it was held in 1893 to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival to the New World. The layout of the Chicago Columbia Exposition was in large part designed by John Wellborn Root and a few other guys. It was the prototype of what he and his colleagues thought a city should be. The color of the material generally used to cover the building's facades gave the fairgrounds its nickname, the White City. Many prominent architects designed its 14 great buildings. The exposition covered over 690 acres. The Great Exposition became a symbol of the Victorian era. It also included the first moving sidewalk, a travelator. In 1892, working under extremely tight deadlines to complete construction, almost all of the fair structures were designed to be temporary. Of the more than 200 buildings erected for the fair, the only two which still stand in place are the Palace of Fine Arts and the World's Congress Auxiliary Building. From the time the fair closed until 1920, the Palace of Fine Arts housed the Field Columbian Museum. 3 other significant buildings survived the fair. The first is the Norway Building, a recreation of a traditional wooden stave church. The effort to power the fair with electricity, which became a demonstration piece for Westinghouse, had been developing for many years. It was called the War of the Currents between DC and AC. This was also the first time that power would be displayed for mankind. And this was a fight between Edison and Tesla would eventually win this contract. Now here is a look at what they called the White City. Now apparently this was constructed, once again, in a few years for the World's Fair. Now if this isn't the hokiest story I think I've ever heard in my life, then I don't know what is. If this looks like this was something that was built within a few years for the World's Fair in Chicago and then torn down, then there's no limit to what we could be force-fed. Once again, we really have to be logical here. Now, if we didn't know that this was in Chicago, we certainly might think this was in Europe. And to imagine that something like this would be built for a fair, when in present times this would probably take years to construct. Years. And again, we're to believe that they had the resources to build something like this, only to level it. And this is one of many hundreds of buildings that were apparently built for this World's Fair, only to be torn down. And they call this the agricultural building. Now, does this seem like the agricultural building or some kind of Greek Roman building in any part of the world but America? But no, this was apparently just thrown up only to be destroyed, just for an event. We now use tents and portable such things for events. No, back then, white marble stone was just fine for temporary usage. Now again, the great Ferris wheel that they boasted, and again, the beginning of electricity. I mean, look at these electric things they're displaying. You know, some kind of energy conducting mechanism. We don't even know, but apparently that was something that you could display in the late 1800s at the World's Fair. These may have been Tesla's displays. It was the first time he would introduce his motors to the world. And again, fully lit up, late 1800s. But again, you know, was this infrastructure already here? Or was this really built for a single event. A temporary event. And the Ferris wheel, pretty interesting Ferris wheel, pretty amazing actually. A true monster. Just like everything back then was glorious. Well, so is this Ferris wheel. Look at this. A little apartment. Each cabin is the size of a studio apartment. Amazing. And again, you know, ask yourself, could this have been built for one short little event? This kind of detail and how identical it looks to what we find all over the world. Notice how there's no ships. And here again is a view of this 600 acres of buildings that they supposedly built only to tear down. No. The plan is to tear this down and to have one last little hoorah and take credit for all of this glory. Now look at the crowd here. I mean, this looks like Disneyland. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know if this one is made of stone. This may be a cheap replica, I'm not sure. But the one in the back certainly isn't. No, this was not built for the World's Fair back here. And again, looking north between mines and electricity buildings. So that's really interesting. Who is this source? Friedman Fine Arts. So very interesting, actually, that Friedman Fine Arts should call these electricity buildings. And that's exactly what we're coming to realize that they are now. And again, look at this. I mean, if this was not the most glorious city, and again, I want you to recall the story that I told just moments ago about these designers of the World's Fair and how they were imagining the perfect city. And this is, you know, what they designed. I don't think so. This was a perfect city. And we waltz in here, have a World's Fair, have a big party, and we destroy it. And leave only a few buildings. And many buildings have been preserved in Chicago, very fortunately. But out of these 200, very few remain. The mining building, again, you know, the mining building, the agricultural building. Are you kidding me? The manufacturing building from the casino. Again, you know, was this not a grand building from an older time? I mean, we're not just talking about laying out buildings here. We're talking about laying out these waterfronts with, you know, these glorious statues in the middle of them. I mean, this is not, you know, something that you do in a year. This is building a city. We're not talking about building a few buildings here. Absolutely amazing. Again, between the manufacturers and the electricity buildings. Look at this. The Golden Door of Transportation building. I mean, now it's just starting to turn into a slap in the face. I mean, you're going to tell me this is the transportation building. I mean, just, you know, every day I think I've seen the most ridiculous thing only to have it replaced by the next most ridiculous thing I've ever experienced. The transportation building. And again, to think that this is a crime against humanity to tear a building like this down. I don't care what the story is behind it. And this certainly wasn't built for the World's Fair. This is absolutely amazing. And torn down to hide our past. The Machinery Hall from the Colonnade. Machinery Hall is absolutely glorious. I can't even believe it. I really can't. We've gone backwards. Again, the agricultural building. How could you even conceive of calling this an agricultural building when this is like the Grand Palace? You know, this is just mind-blowing, and I'm pretty much speechless. I really am. Now, you can tell that Antiquitech has been removed from here. You really can, knowing nothing about this. The woman's building. This is just something else. This is just the most amazing thing that could have been in America. But some has survived. Absolutely amazing. To think that they had the nerve to tell us that this was built for the World's Fair, as they wiped out our history in front of our very eyes. Well, not in front of ours, in front of the people in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and would continue to do so until, you know, the 1950s, or whenever the historical preservation societies would step in. And I've seen a lot of buildings in Salt Lake City be preserved due to the Historical Society. The World's Fair, 1893. Maybe one of the last great years, at least to witness such things. Yeah, this would have changed everything. If we would have grown up with these preserved buildings around us, we would have viewed the entire world differently. And we would have not thought about Greece and Rome and Turkey as these separate places from us here in North America. No, the whole world would have a unified feel once people realized that there was a one world people building the same style everywhere.
Now, just to be clear before I begin, these ancient ruins here in America were not the work of the Native American Indians who were living at some of these sites when the Europeans supposedly arrived here. Now, the fact does remain that the Native Americans were systematically destroyed and removed physically from the land and historically from our culture and minds. And it is funny, though, how what's left of our American ruins were turned into national parks where we are shown pictures of primitive Indians building fires and making clay pots, with maybe a passing reference to these sites being the work of even more ancient or distant cultures. Now, obviously the scope of these ruins makes it clear that no ordinary primitives built these amazing sites. This is also confirmed by several people from the 1700s. Most notably, I will reference the works of William Bartram and his experience living and traveling with different tribes of Native American Indians. Now, William Bartram is a historical figure, so as with any other person from our fabricated past, we must always be cautious and take any information with a grain of salt, and analyze everything with logic and reason. I think that as a whole, his work provides a great window into the situation of the Native Americans, at least in the 1700s, but there are a few curiosities regarding the fate of his original manuscript of one very important document. And by the way, his writings were very pro-Native American and went against the mainstream propaganda that painted the Native Americans as savages. So before I make the connections between the ancient ruins and the mud flood buildings and what seems to be hidden in plain sight, as we will see, I first need to introduce and describe the ancient ruins that existed here in America in the 1700s. Again, none of the Indian tribes knew who actually built these ruins, nor what purpose they served. They were just as perplexed as the Europeans. Even though the Native American Indians had built towns around these convenient sites, they had no idea as to the original builders of these ruins. To get started, here are William Bartram's descriptions of these ruins from his Travels manuscript. He writes, In the midst of a large oblong square adjoining this town, which was surrounded with a low bank or terrace, is standing a high pillar, round like a pin or needle. It is about 40 feet in height and between 2 and 3 feet in diameter at the earth, gradually tapering upwards to a point. It is one piece of pine wood and arises from the center of a low, circular, artificial hill, but it leans a little to one side. I inquired of the Indians and traders what it was designed for. They answered that they knew not. The Indians said that their ancestors found it in the same situation when they first arrived and possessed the country, adding that the red men or Indians, then the possessors, whom they vanquished, were as ignorant as themselves concerning it, saying that their ancestors likewise found it standing so. This monument, simple as it is, may be worthy of the observations of a traveler, since it naturally excites at least the following queries. For what purpose was it designed? Its great antiquity and incorruptibility? What method or machines they employed to bring it to the spot, and how they raised it erect? There is no tree or species of the pine whose wood, i.e. so large a portion of the trunk, is supposed to be incorruptible, exposed in the open air to all weathers, but the long-leaved pine, the Pinus palustris, and there is none growing within 12 or 15 miles of this place, that tree being naturally produced only on the high, dry, barren ridges, where there's a sandy soil and grassy, wet savannas. And in another section he writes, the pyramidal hills or artificial mounds and highways or avenues leading from them to artificial lakes or ponds, vast tetragon terraces, chunk yards, and obelisks or pillars of wood are the only monuments of labor, ingenuity, and magnificence that I have seen worthy of notice or remark. The region lying between Savannah River and Oakmulge, east and west, and from the sea coast to the Cherokee or Appalachian Mountains, north and south, is the most remarkable for their high conical hills, tetragon terraces, and chunk yards. This region was last possessed by the Cherokees, since the arrival of the Europeans, but they were afterwards dispossessed by the Muskogeans, and all that country was probably many ages preceding the Cherokee invasion, inhabited by one nation or confederacy, who were ruled by the same system of laws, customs, and language, but so ancient that the Cherokees, Creeks, or the nation they conquered could render no account for what purpose these monuments were raised. And here is all that is left of his answer in the document known as Observations. The question was, in the letter which you wrote to me concerning the mounds, you make mention of the chunky yard of the Cherokee Indians. What is the nature, use, etc. of this yard? Is this chunky yard confined to the Cherokee Indians, or have you observed it among any other tribes of Indians? A sketch of the chunky yard will be very acceptable. Answer: the chunky yard of the Creeks, so called by the traders, is a cubiform area generally in the center of the town, because the public square and rotunda or great winter council house stands at two opposite corners of it. It is generally very extensive, especially in the large old towns, is exactly level and sunk 2, sometimes 3 feet below the banks or terrace surrounding it. In the center of the yard there is a low circular mound or eminence, in the center of which stands erect the chunky pole, which is a high obelisk or 4 square pillar, declining upwards to an obtuse point, in shape and proportion much resembling the ancient Egyptian obelisk. This is of wood, the heart or inward resinous part of a sound pine tree, and is very durable, generally from 30 to 40 feet in height. He also writes, it is reasonable to conjecture that the Indians anciently were more ingenious and industrious in manufactures when necessity obliged them. Therefore we must seek for their arts and sciences amongst nations far distant from the settlements of the white people, or recover them by industry and experiments of our own. So from his writing and from the pictures, the drawings that he made of these ruins when he encountered them, we get an idea as to what the ancient ruins of the southeastern United States looked like. So let's hear more about what is hidden in plain sight in Washington, D.C.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Wynne Johnson. On the 4th of July, thousands of people will gather here to take in the show overhead, never realizing that something unexpected is right underfoot. Beneath an unmarked manhole cover, a 13.5-foot concrete version of the Washington Monument, tucked inside its brick-lined well since 1898. It's actually a geodetic marker used by 19th century engineers to monitor the ground for movement, because back then, this wasn't a gentle sloping hill, it was marshland.
Very interesting. 13-foot mini monument, just like some of Bartram's drawings with smaller obelisks beside the main obelisk in the ancient ruins here in ancient America. I don't know how they could have been used together, the large and small obelisks, but someone may figure it out, and the fact remains that it is a very curious similarity. So again, in this video, I would like to compare the layout of the ancient ruins here in America and the modern cities in which we are finding the so-called Tartarian architecture or architecture before the mud flood. So let's look at Washington, D.C. from the air so that we can see exactly how similar the layout is to that of the ruins in Florida and Georgia. It truly is amazing. You have the long rectangular mall or avenue with the obelisk in the middle and fancy ornate buildings on each end. DC is crazy. This area in particular is actually a giant cross, or two rectangles, with the White House and the Jefferson Memorial on the ends of the second rectangle, which is perpendicular to the first. And this area still contains some of the pools of water. Some other cities have since just transformed them into fountains, or they may be laid out slightly differently, but this basic layout is exactly the same in all cities. You have some kind of long rectangle, again with ornate buildings or former buildings on each end, and fountains or statues or obelisks and strange geometric patterns within this rectangle. Look at some of these buildings. I think some survived the so-called mud flood or reset. In particular, I think the Capitol, half of the Washington Monument, definitely the Smithsonian Castle, but others I think were just rebuilt on existing foundations and perhaps with knowledge of the city before it was destroyed. Amazing stuff. DC, like Paris, is full of these rectangular power centers, as I call them, and I will explain this in just a minute. But I think it is highly likely that these areas were designed and built for either literal power generation or simply a way of demonstrating political power. Either way, lost or unknown technology and skill were involved. Next, let's go to Paris. What do you think you would find around the Eiffel Tower? Of course, the Eiffel Tower is the obelisk in the middle of this powerful rectangle. You have the Palais de Chaillot on one side, leading to the mini obelisk and government offices on the other side of this really long rectangle. Wow, the Eiffel Tower is in one very impressive and powerful rectangle. And check out this second site in Paris. It's another one that goes across the river, just like we saw in DC. And with the usual statues and fountains. Look at the architecture and those columns. Look at the building on the other end of this rectangle. It is an army museum, and then you have Napoleon's tomb. Truly spectacular, or some may even say ridiculous, that they could do this in whenever they claim these buildings were built. Another curious thing in this area, if you follow these two rectangles, they actually continue on in a thinner rectangle and then they intersect at a small circle containing a statue of the one and only Louis Pasteur, the character who gave us the germ theory of medicine. Wow. And the third site in Paris, a nice rectangle with the Arc de Triomphe and the Louvre on one side and the Palais de la Concorde and its obelisk on the other end. There are so many buildings with extravagant architecture. I'm just trying to highlight a few, but you can look at these or any other cities to see some amazing rectangular layouts with obelisks, statues, fountains, and malls or avenues in any major city worldwide. Now, regarding the purpose of these sites, as I was researching the ancient ruins in America, I kept thinking that there had to be a purpose for this specific layout, especially given the fact that the same layout was used by the ancients in all of these now Indian towns. At least they were Indian towns in the 1700s. Well, there are only so many reasons that this would have been done, especially given how difficult it would have been to construct these sites. Unless it was built by giants or the Nephilim, otherwise the main reason that I think people would go to such lengths to construct something of this magnitude would be to generate some type of power. So I started looking into possible ways of generating energy from the resources that may have been available, and I'll touch on that in a second. Now, I know that most people think that in ancient Tartaria or before the reset, they had some kind of free energy. And I think that it is definitely possible that they had some kind of advanced technology given all of the amazing architecture we find worldwide and the strange drawings that we see in ancient literature, especially with the fasces and the fireplaces. But we must also keep in mind that free energy does not mean magical energy. I think we get carried away with the concept of free energy, thinking that you can just stick a pole on a building and all of a sudden you can fly around like the Jetsons in hovercrafts and shoot lasers and never have to work. Although I think it is highly likely that in the past they had more advanced or at least different technology before the reset, it would still involve hard work, physics, engineering of some sort, and not lazy or magical knowledge. Maybe even along the lines of alchemy and the celestial or spiritual forces in our world. What I like to do is to at least start with things that we know, leaving the door open to other possibilities or technologies yet to be rediscovered or re-engineered. So I looked for ways to generate power from nothing other than fire and water, and this led me to thermoelectric power generation, which is definitely a possibility. It may not be exactly what they had, but it definitely would have worked, and that is at least a start. Thermoelectric generators are relatively simple. They require no moving parts. All you need is a temperature differential, and you basically have free energy, especially when combined with biogas, radioactivity, fire, or even just the sun. NASA knows the value of thermoelectric generators. Check out what NASA uses. Plus, we do see many statues and drawings depicting fire in some of the mud flood architecture, monolithic type structures, or above domes. And even our own Lady Liberty is carrying a torch. Torches were often incorporated in what we call Tartarian art and architectures. So the idea of torches or fire and thermoelectric generation deserves consideration. They may have had more advanced or unknown ways of harnessing more energy from fire or the atmosphere. And before I get too far into energy, I would like to emphasize that my main point in this video is not so much how they were generating power, if in fact that is what these areas were used for. Rather, I would like to make the connection that the layout of these ancient American sites is strikingly similar to the layout not only of a few images of Tartaria, as depicted in old books, but more importantly, this layout matches what we see today in Washington, D.C., Paris, Moscow, actually any city worldwide in which we find Tartarian architecture. In these cities, you will find long rectangular areas with an obelisk in the middle, a mall or avenue extending out to buildings of ornate and amazing architecture on each end of the rectangle. Water is also the important ingredient for these layouts. As Bartram witnessed, the avenues always led to an artificial pond or water area, even if it was next to a creek or lake, which I think most times they were. Now, let's check out a few more cities before I get back into the thermoelectric power and also some ideas on batteries and maybe even some other connections. First, I want to check out Kansas City, and you'll see why in a second. Here on the map and aerial view, you can see a basic rectangle with City Hall on one end and the courthouse on the other. And you notice that the courthouse has the interesting half moon or almost amphitheater shape. I've seen this in many cities. This may have been some acoustic resonance type application, again very difficult to determine hundreds of years later. But what I wanted to point out in Kansas City lies just beyond City Hall, and that is the Army Corps of Engineers building. Check out the logo of the Army Corps of Engineers. Very interesting. Now, the Army Corps of Engineers could have been the group that first re-entered the destroyed cities, at least in America, after the reset, in order to assess and rebuild the castles and structures, or destroy structures. I was surprised to see their logo because I had just been questioning things in Florida that I thought were built by the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm referring to these vast tidal creeks or canals that we have and their strange patterns, their geometric patterns and shapes. I actually called the Army Corps of Engineers and confirmed that these were not built by the Corps, but I'll leave that for another video. And just as a disclaimer regarding the American ruins, these mounds, as they are called, may have looked completely different in the time in which they were built. They may have been covered in mud during the mud flood, and maybe they were partially excavated with the old Indian mound story. They may have actually looked even more like the more modern buildings we see in Northern America or in Europe. Architecture that we call Tartarian architecture. Or they could just be more ancient. Again, the fact remains that the layout is curiously similar to the sites we see in our modern cities. So moving on, and we have some good cities left here, let's look at St. Louis. I chose two sites in St. Louis, so check out this first one. Amazing patterns from above, and you have all the usual suspects. You have the fountains, the obelisks, and buildings all lined up in a rectangle. Just amazing. Check out the climatron. Amazing stuff. And of course, we have to look at the arch since we're in St. Louis, and what do you know? It is also located in a rectangular setup similar to the ancient ruins of the southeastern United States. Across the river, you get another park similar to DC and Paris. But look at these shots. The arch and the fountains, they are just amazing. Okay, time for the nitty-gritty. Let's look at three sites in Chicago. Check out this rectangle in the University of Chicago and these buildings. We have towers, fountains, statues, crazy looking stuff. We have full-on castles here in Chicago. And in the second site in Chicago, we have the Soldier Field area. The rectangle is not as defined, but you get the same strange layout and amazing buildings, especially when you take this site as a whole with the Alder Planetarium on the northerly island just across the harbor here. Good old Soldier Field and its architecture. Was it built or just refurbished? It's very interesting. And the third site here in Chicago sits around Buckingham Fountain. An amazing coincidence. The perfect rectangle with fountains and patterns. Check this out from above. So what about Moscow? I will show you 3 quick sites in Moscow. The first, a nice rectangle, and a statue called "The Children Are the Victims of Adult Vices." How convenient. You get your fountain and your statue. Yep, another coincidence. And a second site in Moscow, we get Red Square. Of course, the Kremlin. What else would you expect in the capital? We have a couple of rectangles here. And again, check out the architecture. It is just stunning. And the third site in Moscow, the Great Bolshoi Theater. And by the way, I've visited these sites in Moscow, and I was blown away by the architecture. It is amazing. And here we have a nice rectangle leading to the fountain. Amazing coincidence again, how all of these sites are amazingly similar to the rectangular ruins of the ancient sites in America. And this is getting a little bit lengthy, so let me just blaze through a few more cities. First up, we have Baltimore, and check out the fasces and the fasces on the columns. Very interesting. I'm sure we can come up with a lot of possible uses for the fasces and the columns. And we have 2 sites in Libya, of all places, and even a possible site in good old Daytona Beach. Now, back to thermoelectric generators. It really is as simple as harnessing energy from a temperature differential and using 2 different conductors. There's even evidence showing that people used differences in barometric pressure to power clocks. In these images, you can see thermoelectric generator setups and devices long ago. Thermoelectric generation is known, and perhaps old ornate fireplaces were simply harnessing thermoelectric power by creating the temperature differential to power simple lighting or other devices that were available back then. We really just don't know. And the iron andirons may have just been electrical connectors for the conductors that would form simple or a complex circuit that also included some sort of heat sink and or a battery. Either way, this is something that can be done even today with wood-burning stoves and fireplaces, so they may have done the same in the past or had even better ways or better technology to do something similar in the past. At least it's a start, and at least it's something. Another thing I want to mention in this regard is that in my readings, the Indians were very particular about fire. They held it in great esteem. Now, after their annual festival called the Feast of First Fruits, they would put out all of the fires in the town, and then the priest would start a new fire, and everyone would use that to light their own personal fires in their homes. And these were well-built homes, not the TP propaganda you see in movies and on TV. No, these were well-built homes. And curiously, Bartram wrote that the spiral fire on the floor of the rotunda is very curious. It seems to light up in a flame of itself at the appointed time, but how this is effected I know not. The key word being spiral. And I say this because I was watching Martin Liedtke's video called Flat Earth British, What in Tarnations is Going On? And he showed some images that contained almost spiral-like structures, and then a picture showing fire and strange symbols, and even a swastika. So check out this old photograph of the Okmulgee site in Georgia. This mound looks like it could have been a spiral mound. What's even stranger is that I was watching a movie called The First Spaceship on Venus, and this was on Mystery Science Theater, where they make fun of old science fiction movies. And what do you know, but they encountered these cone-like structures with iron-looking spirals going up them. But their structures contained holes in the cone part of the structure, and these conical structures were used to generate electricity. Even stranger yet is that in the movie, these structures were filling up with oil, and oil was oozing out from the holes. I'm not 100% sure what to make of this, but one thing is certain: oil is a naturally occurring substance. Just like other naturally occurring things that have been demonized and banned, and I mean things like hemp, marijuana, cotton of all things, radiation, the list goes on and on. Crude oil or petroleum is just as natural and will have some very useful applications as these banned or demonized items. You can actually take a bath in crude oil, I believe it's in Croatia or Azerbaijani, to heal serious skin conditions. Could oil have been used in different ways at these ancient sites? Now, don't take this the wrong way. I think that the current state of oil production and consumption is horrible. It is corporate oil, where they are obviously not using oil in an earth-friendly way. However, let's not let the corporate use and propaganda of oil change our perception of what oil truly is. And that is a naturally occurring resource which should be freely available to everyone, just like food and water. Oil, if used responsibly, is yet another gift from Mother Nature. But oil is a tough one. Most people still can't escape the programming that has demonized oil. We are taught that radiation is bad, oil is bad, certain plants are bad. Well, as with anything in this dualistic reality, it is usually how something is used that determines whether it is good or bad. The current way in which oil is used is, of course, very bad, but again, a more natural, sustainable, and responsible use of oil could be a great benefit to mankind. Similar to water, we should be able to drill a well, use oil responsibly, and enjoy nature's gift of practically free energy through oil. Now, could oil have played a part in ancient power generation? Could ancient depictions of conical structures have been built on oil wells to continuously feed a large flame for unlimited power generation using something similar to thermoelectric generators? Well, again, this is not the main focus of this video, but it should not be discounted without investigation. We shouldn't blindly look for magical free energy to the exclusion of known energy sources that could have been harnessed in a better or more intelligent way in ancient times. Right now, I'm more interested in the layout than the actual technology, but we have to start somewhere if we are going to reverse engineer this stuff. So next, I want to touch on items that could have been used to store energy. And again, these are just ideas, but it is very interesting. At first, I was thinking that the columns and buildings could have been used as batteries, which may be the case. I mean, there has to be a purpose for the similar domes and columns that we see throughout this architecture. And the fluting on the columns may have actually contained something on the outside, like rebar or wiring or pipes used in electrical transmission, storage, or even some kind of plasma or magnetic-based power. Now, back to batteries, there are many possibilities, and at first I thought of the water in these rectangular power centers as being only used for heat sinks to provide the temperature differential. But now I'm also leaning toward what is known as a flow battery. In my search, I first learned about the ancient Baghdad battery, but then I came across the flow batteries, which are a type of electrochemical cell where chemical energy is provided by two chemical components dissolved in liquids contained within the system and separated by a membrane. It is similar to a fuel cell, and it is being touted as futuristic, but it is extremely basic. Examples of these redox flow batteries are the vanadium redox flow battery, polysulfide bromide battery, and uranium redox flow battery. And even Obama knows about flow batteries.
Vanadium redox fuel cells.
What I like is that the power is a function of the surface area of the electrodes. So I wonder if the water along the malls or avenues of these rectangular power centers were actually the electrodes of giant flow batteries. An important feature of the ancient ruins is that the mall or avenue areas were sunken down a few feet below the level of the rest of the land. This seems to be the case still in many of these rectangular parks in cities today. Some will retain this recessed feature, and there will be a few steps down, seemingly for some unknown reason. There are so many possibilities, but the main advantages to these flow batteries are that the layout is flexible, they have long lives, and very low maintenance. But still, the main point for me is that major cities worldwide have curiously similar rectangular layouts containing obelisks, statues, fountains, and Tartarian-type architecture and buildings at each end and even along the edges of these rectangles. Now, maybe it is just a magical coincidence, just like when we are dealing with NASA. But I, for one, find this to be very curious indeed and worthy of further investigation. Well, that's probably enough for one video, and I hope that I have communicated my main point regarding the similarity of the layout of ancient ruins found in Native American villages and the rectangular areas of present-day cities worldwide.
What did the builders find?
And today we're going to discuss some great mysteries around San Francisco, including the gold rush and the creation of the town in itself, how it goes from 1,000 people to, well, you'll see. And also we'll discuss plagues and earthquakes and fires that devastated the town one after another, and also examine some photos from 1877 that show amazing build-out of the city, which would mean that it was only 20 years into the inception of the city. So here we go. In 1849, there's a large boom in the population of San Francisco, and the town increases from 1,000 people to 25,000 people. So here is the San Francisco Harbor in 1850, or 1851, they tell us. But they continue to tell us, okay, that this just sprouts into existence. Suddenly we have 1,000 people in San Francisco in 1848, and in 1850, boom, we have literally a boom, the gold boom, or the gold rush. And, before we get too far into this gold rush, let's jump over here to just the very history of San Francisco. So, San Francisco, starting overnight as the base for the gold rush of 1849. So really, this is about the shortest introduction to a town that I've seen. Usually we have long, elaborate stories. But this is it. This is the beginning. This is Wiki. And I'm using Wiki because, they're the complete other side. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to what is the accepted mainstream narrative. And here it is on Wiki. San Francisco. Starting overnight as the base for the gold rush of 1849. The city quickly became the largest and most important population, commercial, naval, and financial center of the American West. It was devastated by the Great Earthquake of 1906, but was quickly rebuilt. So 1849, starting overnight, and then let's jump back over here. And here we see that, yes, here it is, 1850. 1850 or 1851, literally starting overnight. And so this city just booms. Suddenly we have this immediate boom. The Federal Reserve branch opened in 1914. So now we've just jumped from 1850 to the earthquake of 1906. city's just rebuilt, just like that. And now we're talking about 1914 and business, and now to 1960. I mean, just wow. So let's take a little jump now to the World's Fair once again of 1915. Just as we saw recently in the Chicago World's Fair, we have a similar situation here in San Francisco. And a very, very, very similar story. And I'm not going to go into it, but it is absolutely similar that all of these were built to be temporary and they were torn down. And yet there are some that remain, and we have some glorious pictures of them, as this one shows right here. And this one is the Palace of Fine Arts once again. You know, the same designations given to these other buildings at the World's Fair in Chicago. In some cases, as we can see here, this one was actually preserved. And how fortunate, how blessed we are, you know, because this is the kind of picture that we see, and yet, you know, oftentimes we don't actually get to see the real thing. And in this case, you can actually see it still to this day. Absolutely amazing. This throws the whole narrative of them building these structures as temporary structures right out of the water. I mean, this is absolutely the real deal. Look at the size of the people compared to these columns. I mean, absolutely amazing. And this is, you know, exactly what we would find as ruins anywhere in the world. And here they are in San Francisco. And this one is called the Palace of Fine Arts Rotunda. And so, yeah, 1915, oftentimes, you know, we don't get to see the modern version because it's been torn down. So here we have the Netherlands Pavilion, 1915. What they've done is they've left this structure on the left, but they've torn down this glory, you know, the most glorious part. And I'll show you some black and white photos here coming up. Absolutely amazing resolution showing the whole skyline of San Francisco in the early 1900s. And you can see not only this building, but just tons of buildings like this. You can tell that the whole city was built out in an amazing fashion. So yeah, let's have a look now at what they've replaced this with. Here it is. Here it is. This is what we get today. You know, so this junky building, and for what? You know, and for what? In this case, they haven't even put anything in its place. They just leveled it. So the Palace of Horticulture. I mean, look at this one with the little pieces on top. The detail is astounding. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, so here it is. Here's what they replaced it with. This is it. This was, you know, and they've done a pretty good job of actually positioning themselves, you know, exactly where these things were. So here's, it was, you know, this was more important than this. You know, of course this had to be torn down. And again, you know, if this was a temporary structure, I'm sorry, but, you know, there is no temporary glass. And again, a palace of transportation. Look at this beauty replaced by this. Here we go. These homes. We're told that San Francisco is built in 1850. In 1850, you have 1,000 people. In 1848, 1,000 people. And buildings like this suddenly arrive. And again, I'm going to show you pictures of the entire skyline filled with buildings like this. Filled. An entire city. And they're going to tell us that 25,000 people were there, and that these buildings were built and torn down. Torn down and replaced by things like this. And things like this. Yeah, same street. And in fact, you know, where there was the sidewalk there, you know, they've still utilized this survey, basically. You know, this perfect survey, which I'll also show you a picture of the grid, you know, from like a map of San Francisco, where the city is perfectly laid out. I mean, perfectly laid out. When they say that, they actually complain and say that the architects, squabbled and, could not come to an agreement on how the city should be laid out. When we look at the layout, it seems like, there was not a disagreement. It's a perfect grid. Perfect. So the amusement zone. So, I think that's what they did. They just took these glorious structures and, have these fairs and, this idea of, even what we call a fair is really just a ruse, just something to turn the eye. So here's what we had again, just basically a part of the city. This was probably a commercial area in this ancient city, and now we have a park. That's it. The park was more important than the original buildings of the city, apparently. No, it all had to go. It all had to go for this park. And the Machinery Palace, again, like we saw in Chicago, the same designations. Look at this amazing marvel. These columns and statues and the Antiquitech. Amazing. And here's what they have replaced it with. This was, again, very important. This is, a city that's starting out, that could use beautiful infrastructure. Who knows? Let's just assume they built it. However, no, now it's not worth it to them. And we need to go backwards and build smaller. Now, these are temporary buildings. That's the irony, is when they show us pictures like this and say that these were temporary and built for the World's Fair. How ironic when what we build now, is temporary. Not this old glory of the past. And again, and the trees also were, fully grown and brought in temporarily as well for the event. It gets better. It absolutely gets better. The nations of the East, court of sun and stars. This beautiful, beautiful arc of triumph with this amazing Antiquitech around it, which I've never seen. By the time we've seen any of these arches, all such things have been removed. But this is one of the most glorious things ever. And here you go. Here's what they replaced it with. I think this is probably an original little sliver left of the facade here, because this does look like the old style. And I think this has been preserved. Just this little facade here seems like the style we're seeing of this old world and of this old people. But far from this, far from this. We're probably just seeing a little piece, just a little piece that they left. And here is the service building. And you see how they've painted some signage up here. In any case, a glorious building, and replaced by this. Still with hints of the leftover world. And of course there would have been skilled architects left over from the old world that would spill over into this period. But no comparison here. No comparison. Just the faintest husk of the old building style. But definitely temporary. Now here is the Liberal Arts Palace and Tower. And this is one of the most glorious ones. And this actually reminds me of some towers that I was looking at recently in Morocco. Beautiful Moroccan style. And now, if you go and look at, some of these images in Morocco, you'll see this, but I think that the tops have been removed, as always. And so all we get is the towers left. But really, really similar style. Real intricate and same people, I believe. And yes, here we go. Replaced by this. Replaced by this. By this junk. This to this. No good reason could be given. And no good reason has been given for doing such things. Notice the Antiquitech antennas even at the gates here. All with the little starry things. And later, basically we would turn every piece of Antiquitech into a flagpole, if we didn't just remove it completely. And to this day, look at where your flagpoles are, especially on your older buildings. So the State of Washington Pavilion, look at this beauty. And they replaced this with nothing. But yeah, this was really important to get rid of, to make room for nothing. This glorious, glorious structure. And what I'll show you here soon is that the World's Fair in San Francisco, which was basically held where, this must have been the capital of the ancient city, just like in Chicago. It must have been the capital of the ancient people. And this is the reason for destroying these capitals, having these World's Fairs and then leveling these capital districts, and then the rest of the town would be done in by the earthquakes and the fires, and little pieces would remain here and there. But these capitals were laid out amazingly and were something else. So now let us jump over here to this amazing little group of pictures. These are all what I've been showing you, but these are actually the real photos as opposed to the lithograph types. And this is actually from, apparently from a 1915 family photo memories. So, this may be somebody's private collection because it was very difficult to find any real photos of this. Somebody really went to great lengths to, bury a lot of these old photos. Here we go. Again, like I was showing you earlier, but now this, what we are being told, was built for temporary usage at the World's Fair in 1915. And again, San Francisco in 1848 had 1,000 people. And now look at the weathering. Look at the aging of this and the intricacy. So we're to believe that, in 50 years, they create this amazing, and once again, not just buildings, but a city. The splendor of these buildings, and really no difference to what we saw in Chicago, what we see in Paris, and in Greece, and in Portugal, and in Russia, and in South America. In every part of the world we see these. But I don't know if anybody has such a ridiculous story as we do in America for ours. Look at this. And a double arch. An arch and then another arch. I mean, look at the size of the people and the doorways. I mean, we cannot recreate these arches now. And we don't. And we didn't. And here we just have ruins in the brush, in the overgrown brush, showing, the age of this era and these people. Just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing in every way. Just a city full of antiquitech and marvel. Just absolute marvel. And when you look at what we replaced all of this with, it's just a shattering proof to our false historical narrative. Look at this column. I mean, this is what we see in St. Petersburg. The size of it. And again, they tore this down. And nowadays when we make concrete columns, we see these same types of, spiraling lines because you use like a cast. But we fill it with junky concrete. And this type of geopolymer is, some kind of a marble granite. Absolutely amazing. And again, to tear things like this down, really just to hide our past and all these inheritors of this civilization. This is the gold rush. This is the true gold rush. Imagine the amounts of gold and luxuries just laying around for the plucking, just inheriting a city. I mean, so much luxury that you can afford to just tear most of it down, and you take what you want and you rewrite history, and then you bring in some plagues and some earthquakes and some fires after you've, plundered, and you reset things again. You know, that was already one reset. People walking in. I mean, the old people are already gone. They're already gone, and now the people move in 1850, in 1900, 50 years of reaping the ancient culture, and what do? Then we get reset again by a fire and an earthquake, and we're told that the town is wiped out and rebuilt within, 10 or 15 magical years. And then again, we begin. And now, because, these new people, after the fire and the earthquake and these similar, things happen all over, and we have the mud floods, and now people don't remember. Now, all of a sudden, they don't even remember. And now by the time 1915 comes along, you have a depression and a World War I, and people's minds are in the mud, literally, with all this chaos. And now history is conveniently rewritten. And yet, it's all here. It's all here for us to see. And thank God that these photos are actually preserved, and we can see what our past looked like. This is a statue of the old world. This is a symbol of the old world. Now I want to take you to this amazing picture. And this is a very, very early photo. A beautiful panoramic view of the city before it was destroyed. So this is a photo from 1877. The photograph was taken from the tower of the Mark Hopkins Mansion, then the highest point in San Francisco, at 381 feet above the harbor. So here we go, 1877. So let's review our narrative, just to have it fresh in our minds. In 1848, there's 1,000 people. 1,000 people. And by 1850, you have 25,000 people. 25,000. Now ask yourself, in this short amount of time, if it's even conceivable that the city should be built out in this fashion in 15 years, 10 or 15 years. Or is this city much older than 1850? I mean, a baby. They're telling us that it's a baby in 1850, and here we are in the 1870s, 20 years later. In 20 years, can you conceive of building something like this in 20 years? I mean, look at this onion dome, for example, on top of this cathedral. And the layout and the engineering, just remarkable. No, this was not just some city that was thrown together for a gold rush. This is something else. The perfection and the resolution of this photography. I mean, look at these buildings. Just amazing for this time period. I mean, this isn't a young, booming gold mining town. I mean, we've all seen gold mining towns. This is an established town. And let us continue. Look at this thing. Look at these two. Some of the mansions. And a little peek at some of the Antiquitech being used at the time. Neptune's trident. Antiquitech everywhere. 1870s. 1870s. I mean, we're not supposed to really have power until, 15 years after this photograph. Yet, it appears that there is poles and clearly power lines down here, and clearly an infrastructure. But we're told that the infrastructure collapses because the town grew too fast and they had to rebuild the whole infrastructure. Well, no, I think that the old one failed. Just remarkable. I mean, again, just, looking at this, and you all know better, I know. This is not a city of 25, 50,000. This is a city of 1 million people as we see it in 1870. And again, it just doesn't fit the narrative. And again, here is the one of the palaces. I don't know if this was the Palace of Fine Arts or whatever designation they gave it, but regardless, this is the old city. This is the old capital. And this is also what they would call the World's Fair of 1915, the Pan American Expo. This is what we're told they built. Amazing. Just amazing. And again, a little gold rush town. No, and this is much older. This is much older and much more weathered. And nobody on the coast, even though we're told that it was bustling and ships had to wait in the port because it was so busy. And yet, what do we see? 2 ships here. Typical of what we see, empty streets, empty seas, fresh from a reset. And now here I just wanted to show you a layout of the city. So, this would be made for the 1915 Panama Pacific Expo. And, this was basically your tour guide, like you would get at Disneyland. You would get a little map of where all your amusements were. And in this case, they, wanted to make sure that people would know, where all the amusement was, So all the amusement was in this little corner right here, which you can see here, and I'll zoom into it here in a minute. But this is where they would supposedly build the World's Fair for 1915, and they would lay out this glory. And again, the city's built in 1850, they tell us, in 1850, 1,000 people, and now in 1915, in 50 years. I mean, this story in San Francisco is as bad as Salt Lake City's. In 50 years, you went from Mormons with wagons to a complete and bustling city with old Greco-Roman architecture that has signs of mud flooding and aging like anything that we see anywhere in the world. And yet look here, we have canals carved in for miles. I mean, I don't know how many miles this could be. And these roads and everything is perfect. I mean, this city is perfect. This doesn't look like a city with some unorganized gold-rushing miners that just came in here. No, I mean, this thing has been planned to the T. And now let's move in here. Let's move into this part that I was telling you is supposed to be the site of the World's Fair. And here we go. I mean, can you imagine laying out something like this? I mean, this, again, like we saw in Chicago, 600 acres. 600 acres of development for a usage that would last 1 year only to tear everything down. I mean, where are you getting this kind of funding? Not only to build buildings and lay out waterfronts, but even make, piers. And here they've called this the Fort Mason. I mean, absolutely amazing and completely ridiculous. But yeah, look at this city. I mean, look at this city, in 50 years, they made all these ports, and I mean, just really amazing. There's more than, there's enough to discuss here for, years. But I just wanted to show you this real quick, how amazing the layout is of this city. I mean, this is not a city that was designed on a whim.
What did the builders find?
Now we're going to look a tiny little bit at antiquity. The issue is, guys, there's an era in the past, in the mid-1800s, when the cities are just devoid of people. By the way, look at this device here, hanging in the church. But you can go through major European cities, they got the best architecture, the best stuff, but as for people, not many. There's just skeleton crews in these cities. They are empty. Okay, no people about. They're just shells, like nobody about. This is Venice. It's supposed to be teeming with people, and it's not just, you can't just use that one example. I'm talking everywhere. Okay, London, there's a ghost there, so there's one person has moved through the frame. but there's no population for a city of that size. 3 men, but they're taking him out, and he's the guy, and there's someone taking the photograph, so that's 2 of the people who were in the crew. There's 2 people in that photograph. So you can see there's these devices. If you don't know about technismia, this is a whole thing is a machine. Okay, they probably got really big organs in there, which are good for your organs, and they pump it out through somatic patterns. Even what would have been, I don't even know, some sort of clock differently in the past, and a resonator on the top. All of this for energy gathering, if you don't know. Okay, so there was a serious lack of people in the past. Okay, to give you some examples, if you don't know and you're new to this subject, it's like, this is one of the most famous shots you can get, is St. Petersburg. It's clearly muddied out, no infrastructure, no pavement except for duckboards, no lampposts, no nothing, no pigeons flying around the dome, no smoke, no dogs, no cats, no kids, no nothing, just Greco-Romano half-sunk buildings. Imagine the staircase that actually went up to this thing. So there's no people, and there's just skeleton crews in most cities. Okay, and what they call Tartarian buildings, or this specific style of architecture, okay, which is everywhere in the world, and use of atmospheric electricity in a lot of places, probably everywhere. So anyway, ghost cities in the modern day are everywhere. This one is, I know it's in China, but it's undeveloped. So the idea behind this one, I'm trying to think, is it for people to move into? Are they going to move populations into these? Or are the people who once lived in them gone? Okay, so whatever scenarios could there be? Okay, well, they say of economic failures, what have you, but it doesn't fit with building massive housing estates in Botswana, Angola and other countries where nobody can afford to live, and they just lay empty and barren. Huge cities in the mud nobody's ever going to live in. It was there a population, and have they all gone? Why in Angola, of all places, are the Chinese building cities there? That's a lot of people, guys, and a lot of, you know, investment just to have empty housing estates for vast amounts of people. And it's everywhere. Okay, the size of them just boggles the mind. No one at home, guys. No one at home. Entire city empty of people.
What did the builders find?
Here are the towers of Bologna, Italy. These towers were constructed around the 12th and 13th century. However, I think they may be a lot older than that, because there's a neighboring town with cities or towers that were built in the 1st and 2nd century that are almost identical. And we know that history is a little bit skewed, and these towers, or this city at least, Bologna, was surrounded by a great wall, and around the 12th century it had up to 180 towers. Very little knowledge actually is in existence about why people were even building towers. I mean, I think there is knowledge, but little knowledge is given to us. We're left with a mystery and hypothesis. So today fewer than 20 towers actually remain, and many have been demolished. And even in the early 1900s, they were still demolishing towers until they began to see the value and began to preserve them. The biggest tower, the Essanelli Tower, it's the big one next to the one that's leaning, is about 97 meters or 300 feet. And from that point, there's 5 roads that lead to the outside wall where there's 5 gates. And I just find it absolutely fascinating, this little metropolitan, just a big city. It looks amazing. The older the pictures are, the more amazing it looked. And just to think, that they were building towers like this, entire cities of towers like this, it shows, I think, how we suffered a little amnesia. This is great. This is really this shows that we kind of went backwards for a minute, because this is no primitive people here. This is pretty amazing, and we never really learned about this in school. And eventually, around 1348, there would be a big plague that would affect all of Europe. They called it the Black Death. The Black Death wiped out, half of the population. Which, this is kind of another mystery. I mean, it's very vague, the Black Death. I think there's a lot to explore there about what this was that wiped out so many people. And I think at that point wiped out a big part of our history, and hence our amnesia. But this town, San Gimignano, probably pronouncing that wrong, this is the one that was built in the 1st century. And here I'm just throwing in some towers of Tibet, just to get a little perspective. These towers in Tibet, in the Himalayas, and in the Sichuan province of China, these were built about 500 to 1800 years ago, according to carbon dating. But that, again, is very loose dating, and very little information exists. I mean, these are oftentimes in remote areas with no roads, and very difficult place to even build towers, and there's no stone. There is stone, but it's still mountainous. I mean, the people around did not build these towers. The locals did not build them. They occupy them now, but so very interesting. 2 different parts of the world, very long time ago. Doesn't really fit into our narrative of history, but I'd like to explore these Himalayan towers a little more. I thought I'd just throw them in here at the end. But yeah, leave your comments and like, subscribe. Let me know what you think. I just found this really, really fascinating. Amazing feats of engineering for any time frame, let alone some abandoned remote place in Tibet. So,
What did the builders find?
and here again is a picture of what it used to look like, and even the building next to it. I mean, just an amazing era. It also brought me to the idea of the destruction of buildings and just how ridiculous, you know, our narrative is that a lot of these buildings are built in the 1900s only to be destroyed 10, 20, 30 years later. I mean, again, are we just a people that can afford to, you know, build and destroy in this fashion? It just doesn't make sense. But the story is for this beautiful building is that it was built in 1896 by this Helen Gillander, the millionaire and daughter of a tobacco merchant that lived from 1810 to 1877. And the story is that she built this building, and the construction contract was awarded to Charles Willis Company and this ironworks company. I'm very suspicious already of ironworks companies. And it was occupied by several financial firms through its short lifetime and was perceived as economically obsolete from the start. There were no notable incidents other than 2 lightning strikes in its spires in 1897 and May of 1900. Now, demolition began in 1910. So again, you know, let's run this over again. The building is completed in 1897. Okay. Now, 1897. Now forget about this story. Let's just forget about this story. The building is completed in 1897, and here are photos of the sequence of deconstruction images in 1910. So we're to believe that, you know, 12 or 13 years this building existed. You know, that this was not here before. Now we have no photos in a very short amount of time, in a 13-year period. Notice here there are no photos of the construction of this fine, fine piece of architecture. But we have 5 photos of the deconstruction of this beautiful building. You know, exactly what you would expect, the kind of photos you would expect for any of these buildings when it comes to the construction. But here is what I believe is some kind of a proof, because there's no excuse for having no cameras. It's a 13-year gap from build to demolition. And here it is. There is no excuse in a 13-year period. And in fact, you know, even though they said the building was fireproof and had never experienced any fire, that was not the problem. It was pretty much an eyesore. Well, here we do see fire in this picture. I don't know if that's just the shadowing, but there could have been a fire, and then the deconstruction could have began with a fire, just burning out whatever was in this building. And in fact, if I am correct, this may have been the building that Nikola Tesla lived in. And please let me know. And that could be a lot of the reasoning behind the destruction of this building and the burning of everything inside of it. And this will require more investigation, but really fascinating.
What is that? Energy, and these like energy towers. They look like the menorah kind of, it's collecting atmospheric energy. Look at that. How would you build that? Carve it out of stone. When I talk about mud floaters, if you don't know, it's like that. You wouldn't build windows and doorways under the ground. So this inundation happened, and it's all over the world. And so these people, you know, in 1850, they had to get rid of like this Roman, Greco-Roman architecture, this kind of, you know, Doric, Greek-style architecture and domed buildings with electrical arcing Energy. Energy collectors. They had to dismantle all that. All right, we're going to play a little game. Where is this? You can't tell, can you? It's Calcutta, India. Where is this? Where do you think this is? Okay, I'll show you. Bombay, India. Is this the top of a skyscraper? Well, yeah, pretty much. It's the state capital in Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines. You wouldn't have guessed. All right, we'll continue this game. Oh, is this the top of a skyscraper? Oh, no, they built that underground, if you want to believe all these tales. Oh, there's the top of a skyscraper for sure, right? Or at least a tall building, right? Oh, no. No, afraid not. Oh, those are the tops of skyscrapers, right? Well, and there's some trees there. What the? Oh, no, it's on a sandy beach. That's where they built it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Now, this photo, what's going on here? The shadows are missing in some places. See? I see one shadow. That pole has a shadow, but the guy in the middle doesn't have a shadow. And then what did they try to hide here? It's like blocked out. Well, I did some enhancement on the photo. Stuff that nobody builds today. And then you can see the eaves or the awnings are much lower. This is in the same general area, but just off in some suburb. You know, this church, they have the old stone, and then they have windows underground, which just never really makes sense. The doorways are just huge. The windows are too high to see out of, and they're too big. It's built for giants, I'm telling you. Every city. I mean, look at this doorway. This is in Cleveland. And they have tiny doors. We're just tiny. Why would they have this huge archway? And then this little building in Cleveland, this is, they used it in the movie Avengers. Supposed to be in New York City, but it was in Cleveland, actually. But that looks like that was something straight out of Greece, you know?
What did the builders find?
I wanted to share some German temples, and it's the first time I'd ever seen them, and I don't know, a picture is just worth 1,000 words. But before I get into that, I just wanted to quickly touch on the Tesla Tower in Texas. And I will leave a link to a channel who has made a wonderful video on this Tesla Tower that has been built by a private company who may have some ties to government. It seems like they do, but nevertheless, a Tesla Tower in open air, in plain sight in Texas, and the company admits that it is exactly what it appears to be. And it's it will have the ability to send wireless power, and it's not completely clear, but I think this is just a breaking story, so I thought I would share this. Absolutely amazing. I think this is a major breakthrough in our lifetime here at the end of 2018. You know, now that we're depicting all of these new ideas and everything is coming out at a flood rate, I feel like. Well, here on a mainstream level, I believe it was ABC News covers this story. And now I'll just move on to this video. I was preparing a bunch of different things to show, and while looking for one little picture, I stumbled across this blog at sah.org. I guess that would take you to this particular blog, and here's the name and the credentials, and it's really good. And the first thing he opens up with is this amazing image from 1861, a painting by artist and German architect Vincenz Stach. And this is a view of the Cologne Cathedral. Just look at this amazing thing. And now look at his tool. You know, just to give some reference, it's 1861. This is his tool, and look at this. I mean, in this time period, and really actually even today, this almost seems so futuristic, so alien, like another world. Look at this detail, and again, I just think that anyone who might still think that, you know, people carved and chiseled, I think these pictures kind of put that to rest. I mean, this is beyond, this is so precise and really, really amazing. I mean, again, if we look at the symbols, you know, these people not only were amazing architects and sculptors and artists and, you know, imaginative people, but they had the wisdom and the knowledge of really what's going on here. And I don't know if this is all just, let me see. Yeah, we're still looking at the same cathedral. Just amazing. But here we go. This is what stopped me dead in my tracks. Okay, here we go. We're in. Okay, let's find out about this first. Detail of the cathedral tower in Frankfurt. A clear example of the beauty and intricacy of a mason's work. Of a mason's work, really though. And, you know, to me, again, we see this, I think we see these cool little flares in the East. We see them in Cambodia and in the temples over there, you know, and to me, when I see this, I saw the ones in the East first, and now I'm discovering, you know, the ones even in America and in Europe. And this is an old style. I mean, absolutely amazing, and of course a technology. There is no reason, you know, and I don't think there's even any symbolism of, you know, modern recognizable religions. I mean, we don't see, maybe at the bottom there is some, but there's no cross up here. There's no savior, or, you know, I mean, this is tech. I mean, this is just absolutely amazing. Just gorgeous. In Frankfurt. Let's move on a little. Look at this. Again, how are you going to carve something like this? I mean, really. Just gorgeous. Just absolute mastery. Here we go again. What I'm calling the Cambodian style. I mean, this, you know, if I saw it in the East, I would say these are, you know, like flames, you know, and then it would, and these are flames. And let's find out. What's behind, wow. Wow. Beyond words. I mean, really. Really, though? Oh, we gotta go up again. I mean, this is not from our world or from our timeline. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. The Towers of Cologne. The Towers of Cologne Cathedral. This is one of the most impressive buildings I've seen in my whole life, right now, today. Let's see what else we have. I think we had a few other incredible ones. These mosaics are just absolutely amazing. Are these giants? I don't know. Again, just, ugh, you just don't get this. You don't get this anymore, and especially this preserved. But again, look, the same ornamentation that we see on the top and on a massive scale is easily created even as ornamentation on a small scale. And again, this just seems so Eastern to me. Absolutely amazing. Same people. Same people. I mean, how are you going to do this, you know, carving? You just can't do this carving. I mean, we should really look carefully here. You know, this is advanced. This is more advanced than, you know, if you had a business and you said, you know, I want a stone sign that, you know, pops out three-dimensionally. Insane. Nobody could do it. And it would cost a fortune. I mean, ridiculous fortune. Again, look at this little detail even too. This little ornamentation along here. Just crazy. What do we have here? A little, is it like a little head? Like a little horse head? Coming out of the flames or out of the mud, or I don't know what they're depicting here, but it's absolutely amazing. And here, look at this. Our fash. 4 directions, our plane, the binding symbolism of technology. And it shows it. It absolutely shows it. I mean, look at the detail here. Look at, this is the same kind of detail we would see in Egypt. You know, I mean, just absolutely amazing. Even this detail on the sleeve. I mean, look at the finesse. You know, these have to be cast. And how interesting that, you know, he's carving a head. The carving is carving a carving. And I don't know, this might be a little slap in the face, you know. Because look how polished he is. Look how polished. This is almost a mockery. I mean, look how perfect. Look how absolutely perfect. As if it's a real person. As if it was printed from a real person. And now it's a mockery, as if, you know, here he's showing us this primitive carving. And look how rough. You know, I don't know. That is really, really interesting. This is, you know what I was saying, signage, you know, a storefront. Who does this? Who can do this? And it would be really fun. It would be really fun to contact some builders, some big firms, you know, some of the big ones, and you know, try to get an estimate on it, on building something like this. Just try to find somebody who. And well, it's not letting us get too zoomy here. This is so beyond. This is so high tech. The most high tech thing, and it's old. The Magdeburg Cathedral. Amazing though. Oh my, look at this. Look at these. This has been kept from us. You know, why is this the first time I'm seeing this? We are completely primitive compared to this. I mean, this is technology. This is a harvester of energy and, you know, and perhaps a giver of energy. Perhaps, I don't know. But you just don't do this for ornamentation. This is so amazing and way beyond the necessity of a cathedral or a church. Absolutely amazing. You know, it reminds me if you saw wires, you know, and you'd have, you know, insulators in between them, but, you know, This could have been wireless energy. So these are actually still transmitting. These are transmitting an invisible energy wave or beam. And then it would hit this. And really, it's all thought out perfectly. This isn't just done on a whim or for artistic purposes. I mean, you have to really think about this. This is anyone who would do this for just pure artistic purposes would just be an absolute madman, and nobody would ever back such an idea unless there was a grander purpose. And this is just absolutely amazing. I mean, I can't even tell what is for what or what's going on. It's as if I'm seeing an alien machine, as if I've been teleported to some, universe, and I don't even know where I am and what's what. Really amazing. Let's see what else we have here. A little more of a close-up. And here they've given us this, I don't know if these have been put in after or if they are just pure gold. For some reason they don't look original to me, but I could be wrong. But again, look at the tech. There's not a cross up here. And so, it was always different technology. It might have been, a cross or a cross with a top on it, another top, and we just assumed, okay, cross, cathedral. But when we start to see things like this, this is something else. Maybe this is an old ark. It's been left in here, some kind of tech. And the fountains, I mean, how are they pumping? These are clearly old. You have to have power. I mean, if you're going to put fountains, this is clearly not a new fountain. Look with these mini columns. I mean, these people could do anything. They could do it on a miniature level or on the grandest of grand levels. Really amazing. But look at the glory. I mean, again, they could do this on the grandest level. This could be a massive monstrosity like we've seen in some other images, or it could be a tiny little ornamentation. No problem. As if, presto, the wave of a wand or a frequency. Look at this. I mean, to me, it's so wonderful that it's beyond wonderful, and it is flaunting. And again, we're not seeing crosses. No. Some might say this is a cross, but that's a far reach. Amazing. Just beautiful. I mean, what are these? Carved beams? I mean, this must be, obviously everything is symbolic, but also the complexity. I mean, look at this. And perhaps this is, here it looks like a Christ-like figure. I don't know. Were they added later, maybe? Look at now with the cross. Again, the non-Christian seeming cross. I believe that it would be taken as a Christian cross, but yet I think we see that depiction in areas even without Christianity. It seems to be much older. Just beautiful. Just flaunting their abilities. But really, this just seems to almost have a pastry. I mean, just I don't know, like a taffy or a, And in one of my videos that I showed the coverings over the columns, it's as if, the column was made in one piece, and then you had this ornamentation that was actually put over it, either a cement mold or I don't know. I don't know. That's really amazing, but certainly not carved. No. Like leaves put on after. That's why I said like pastry, like decorating a cake. This is like cake decorating. Really, and I decorated a cake in middle school. in home ec, and we had to learn to make little flowers and blades of grass, and that's it. This is what you're getting. You could, form these with a pastry tube. And to me, again, obviously this blows the narrative out of the water. I mean, you're not carving this. And in any case, these don't look carved. These are sections. You see the sections. Can you imagine, who are you calling up? I need a few more sections here. We broke a section. Can we order another section? Just like this piece? And they're all different, but yet there's sections? So, again, is this a kit? A kit? Or were they making them off-premise individually? I don't know. There are some architectural mysteries here, though, that is for sure.
What did the builders find?
Welcome to Boston. The Boston you didn't know, the history you never learned, probably never even heard. Some of the concepts you may be familiar with. Some of the concepts with which you are not familiar will possibly be astounding and shocking. I know they were to me, and I thought I was up on this stuff. So let's begin. Well, we know Boston, like every great city in the world, had a major fire, oft referred to as a conflagration. Flag, as in false flag. Yeah, gration. So, if you look at the devastation, you will see melted iron. You'll see dust. You'll see rubble. You'll see huge, solid marble stones broken to bits. You'll see marble melted. And you'll see men surveying the damage they've wrought. Yes, you won't see much black soot from a fire. You won't see much charred areas where the flames rose and lapped against nearby buildings. No, you won't see that. You'll see soldiers guarding the boundaries that have been cordoned off, policemen. You will see large entranceways amongst the rubble and large floors where the people walked through, people of stature perhaps much greater than today. The photos will be almost like action shots, and they didn't have to stay still like you've been taught. And the buildings that have been destroyed, you will see, have been destroyed for a very specific purpose. And you'll see anomalies like this wooden beam being held up by wires. No idea. I have no idea about some of these things. I do know to ask the questions. Is it rebar? Is it rebar holding up concrete? What some of these things are, I don't know. How did they, why did they build some of these buildings so tall? Did they build them at all? I think the more you look at it, the more questions you have. So the way that I want to go through this, besides just a quick look at these amazing pictures, is to, I'm using several methods, but mainly what we're going to do in this documentary about Boston that I'm doing, we are going to go through the history that was kept by the fire department, because it seems that at the heart of all this destruction is a fire, ostensibly just a fire, like all the cities supposedly had in the late 1800s, or the second half of the 19th century, 1800s. And the fire department's records, however, well, they tell a story not unlike 9/11 or what's happened recently in Paradise, CA. What is going on here? Is that's just the blur of smoke rising? Maybe. You're going to see these spires. They're not lightning rods. They might be. I'm sure they did attract lightning or route lightning like a lightning rod, but they were electricity. And these steel frames, that may be a scaffolding. Maybe. But you'll see all kinds of things that should not be, at least not at that time. You'll see Roman architecture. Well, you're seeing it now. We're getting into it a little bit. But going through the fire department's history, there are some things that came up that were truly amazing. Now, I imagine they pulled horses with like sled attachments in order to move this stuff over, but it's almost like they ran a bulldozer. Amazing what they could do with horses. Just the handiwork back then, building these castle-like structures. Look at that. The buildings were targeted, if you ask me. This is the so-called new post office, and does it look like it was ever occupied before they pulled it down? Things sticking out of the walls, antenna things out the wazoo. Some kind of structure up there. What is it? Kind of a scaffolding, kind of a metal. What's the purpose for those portholes? They're going to put clocks everywhere? I don't think so. Greco-Roman, overdone. That looks like where the king would address the court at the city, you know. It just looks out of time, just like from a different time. Look at the man up there. Look at him compared to those windows. It's built for giants. You know it is built for giants. The scope and scale of the destruction was immense. And here you see, in this basically aerial shot or tower view shot photograph, it's like it looks like some of it may still be smoldering, making the making those white marks. But it looks like old Rome or something. Look at the size of these doorways. They're huge, and that's, I think, the main reason they want to get rid of it. It's just, obviously, it's for giants. And how could they have kept people from talking about it? Well, we'll get to that, but just look at those doorways in there. Just many, many, many times too high. Much, much higher than it needed to be. And it's just turned to dust. And of course we've seen that. We've seen that before. But they didn't turn everything to dust. Some of it remained in every single doorway, interior and exterior. I'm not talking about just the main entrance. Interior and exterior they were, for those of a much greater stature. And again, on the second floor you have similarly high ceilings. Why? Why would you have that? It would be a nightmare to heat that. And I know that they had trains back then. I'm not saying that this is ahead of its time. They had rails and trains for a long, long time. Why wouldn't you? It's an efficient way to move heavy things. But they were more prevalent on the streets in the late 1800s than they are today. We have gone backwards as far as rail lines on the streets. It makes sense to have electric rail cars on any city street. They had them in every city back then. Every city. Every city I've done so far, every single one had electric trolleys. Every single one. Here again, we have soldiers guarding what? Guarding this rubble? Well, they're guarding the information. How this person was allowed to take the photograph, I'm not sure. But they were keenly watched by the soldiers. who are ostensibly protecting this single wooden shutter that survived this huge fire. A complete history of the Boston Fire Department, the Fire Alarm Service, and the Protective Department from 1630 to 1888, arranged in 3 parts. Well, let's get started. We're going to just kind of skip through a lot of these and cover the interesting things. Now, bear in mind, I didn't skip through. I read this entire thing. I stopped after the Great Fire. There wasn't... I just didn't have the endurance to go beyond 1872 because it's 762 pages from 18... when did it start here? 1630 to 1872 gets you to about page 350. 1872 or 1873 to 1888 gets you from page about 350 to page 762. Yeah. Now that tells you a lot right there. But we'll go on. And so in the foreword, or the introduction by the author, he says, the information for the history of the Boston Fire Department has been very difficult to obtain owing. I mean, if it's difficult to obtain the history, how are you going to explain the difficulty of obtaining the history? The very fact that you don't know because the history isn't clear speaks volumes. You don't need to add to it. How are you going to... How can you explain... I don't know. Do you see what I mean by that? It's kind of a oxymoronic thing to say. And I just coined that term. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody do that yet. Owing to the unsatisfactory manner in which the records have been left. In fact, there is no register of events made by the department in existence. The data previous to 1840 being scattered over numerous sources. Sorcery. In the task of research, I have given the care and patience the subject demanded, and trust I have succeeded in combining into one volume all the important matters in relation to the department heretofore have been distributed through hundreds. Okay, so a lot of it is mundane and boring. However, I've gleaned some very, very telling and important points out of this otherwise mundane information, which I will share to you as basically something akin to a litmus test for finding the truth of the matter, for lack of a better term, of what's going on. Because from 1822 to about 1860 or so, a lot of it just seems to be hearsay and, well, we'll get right into it here. But he goes on with more excuses about it. And I won't read them all, but he'll say, you know, one firehouse will have some kind of memory engraved on the wall, or some story transferred to other quarters where somebody succeeded somebody else, and they only retain just a fraction of the history. You know, kind of like the thing where if you've ever taken a job and the person you're replacing in the job just is supposed to work with you for 2 weeks or something, and they end up only working with you for about a day or two. That's all they can take it. You know, that's all they can take. And in that day or two, you'll hear them mumbling, or they may just flat out tell you something that has to do with the history of the company you're working with. And then, if you're like me, you have like a photographic memory of those types of things because they could end up being very important. So you pay very close attention, and over time, you get a feel for the company, the people. Even if they're very secretive, you get a sense for whatever the person said, if it was bunk or not. And it usually is not bunk when they tell you that when they're leaving, because they don't care anymore. But anyway, so they stopped this history after December the 31st, 1888. Because at that point, things actually were being recorded in a acceptable manner. So the reason for this history from 1630 to 1888 is predicated by the fact that they didn't have a proper recording of what they were doing. And for a country 100 years old, they haven't gotten a handle on such a basic task is quite shocking. So, so we'll just move forward here and find that his closing statement, and this was written in well, it was written, this forward, it says 1889, but this was published later. But anyway, he says the plan of this history is original with the author. It is therefore with feeling akin to trepidation. So trepidation means uneasiness, that he places it before the public. But it will fulfill his desire should it give the people of Boston the necessary records. The people of Boston needed the necessary records of service of which they may justly feel proud, and the citizens of the United States will have then a history of at least the fire departments organized in the country for the purpose and protection of that most gratifying servant but fearful master, fire. So at the end, again, they're just telling you, after this litany of excuses, substitutes are omitted, dates of appointments, registrations are left blank. It's owing to the fact there are no records to supply the correct information. So look, this history is original. It's written by this author. In other words, it's a fiction. It is therefore with feeling akin to trepidation that he places it before the public. But hey, at least it'll fulfill a desire to give people of Boston something, so they have the records that you would expect them to have of a service. So that why because it's the truth? No, it's just so they can just feel proud, justly feel proud. Well, I guess he is kind of alluding to the fact that of truth in the basis of it. He's saying that they can feel proud, but the citizens of the United States need a history of the first department organized in this country. They just need a history. They didn't have it because there maybe it wasn't. So let's look at chapter 1, actually starting in 1627. Massachusetts is purchased. Purchased. From whom? From whom do you purchase Massachusetts? The colonists depart England, settle in Boston, or depart, they didn't depart England, they departed Jamestown, or we'll get to it, a different colony, I think. Set the boundary of the town, maybe, they don't say set. Growth, and then the fires begin. The first building law, and they outlawed fire. This is funny. They outlawed fire in 1653, and they outlaw fire about 100 times more throughout the years. They keep outlawing fire. They'll probably outlaw fire this year. It's against the law. It's against the law for fire, and it's according to the law that things must be protected from against fire. And then they have a law regarding pulling down buildings, which is going to be a continual thing here. So, and then allowances to owners of houses for having their buildings demolished. Demolished. You're a brand new colony. We're talking the 16 something in America. And right away, we're talking about what? Burning stuff. We're talking about gunpowder, orders for having your buildings demolished. Provisions about gunpowder, because you have to have powder, and pulling the law regarding pulling down buildings. And my gosh, what's going on? What is going on right from the beginning? And you would think that everything would be like especially in the mid 1600s, you're going to have places called Castle Island, and the castle burned. July 19th, 1672, burning of the castle on Castle Island. Okay, historians, esteemed professors of history, please explain to me. Please explain to me, because I don't understand. Why is there a castle in Boston just a few years after the very first colonists depart? And from whom did they purchase this castle and all the land of Massachusetts? I am confused, because they did not teach me in history about people going ahead of the colonists. What, Native Americans built the castles? Who built these castles? And why did they suddenly burn? I mean, you're going into a land that is reportedly and ostensibly just a wilderness with some teepees and wigwams, and you just happen to find a freaking castle on an island there, and on an island, you know, and you guys, and they go and they burn it down, and they're just mainly concerned with pulling down and demolishing buildings. Just, and then it's just one fire after the other from then on. I mean, ad nauseum. Now, one thing I have to mention is, in these early histories, well, they have a lot of mention of smallpox, but in these early histories, they have, obelisk. I didn't notice that before. There's an obelisk that burned. How does a stone obelisk burn? How does a stone obelisk burn? So much strangeness, I tell you. But okay, so this is just the table of contents here. So we'll just jump ahead. I mean, that kind of gets, it's kind of spoiler alert here. So I'm just going to go through. We don't want the spoilers. We just want to get right into it. So Charleston, that was that one. So they went from Charlestown, and they safely landed. So these are the first of the first, other than the scouts. A little band sailed from Yarmouth, England, in the ship Arbella, and they landed on Endicott, and they weren't pleased, and they reported to land in Charlestown. And so they went to Charlestown, but there wasn't much fresh water, objectionable features. I need more detail, but they don't give it. And then get this, they accepted the invitation of Mr. William Blackstone, or Blackstone, who had settled at Boston, or Shawmut, living fountain, as it was called by the Indians and by the Native Americans and by the people of Charlestown. It was called Tri-Mountain. So that's the real name of the civilization who lived there, was either Tri-Mountain or Shawmut. It's probably kind of a combination. The town took its present name after they bastardized it. Tri-Mountain shall be called Boston, Mattapan, Dorchester, and the town upon Charles River, Watertown. Well, okay. So, so they settled it. They talk about the dimensions. And then 75 years pass. It was not until after the first 75 years of the settlement that the various streets and public avenues had fixed and determined names. Consequently, all the estates that bordered on them were described as bounded on the street or lane running from some well-known landmark to another. And when they say landmark, they're not talking about a geological feature. They're talking about a massive, massive castle-like building, like a coliseum or something. And then so this is interesting. There's a street that was named the way leading from the orange tree to the ferry. And then they ended up calling it Hanover Street. And then they called the lower North Highway North Street because they had a raised highway. So they make mention that there was hardly a building west of the present Tremont Street, but I'm not sure I believe that at all, because the streets had no names. You know the song by U2, where the streets have no names? It's because it's a wiped civilization, but the city's still there. So they have Fort Hill is already there. And this is interesting. They say mud houses were known in the early days, but they were very few, and of course only occupied by the very poorest of the colonists. The buildings were generally of wood, although a few were of stone and brick. I think it was the other way around. But until the town was at least 20 years of age, these were exceptions. See? The dwellings were generally of 1 story in height, with roofs covered with thatch or boughs of trees. Now that tells you. So it was buried in mud, and it had earth on top of it, including entire trees growing on tops of the buildings. So they just cleared out the top floor of a very tall building buried in mud, and that is what the mud houses were. And so since it was already there, you didn't have to have money. If you squatted it, that's what was happening. And I think that's how the Native Americans were treating them. I don't think the Native Americans were here very long at that time either. Things are changing the way that you have to look at these histories. They didn't have any fires until March 16th, 1630 or 31, when Governor Winthrop records in his journal that they had a chimney fire. So I had a break here, called a break, did work, but I don't consider this work. It's fun. So I'm back at it now. And during this time, I took another look at this page, and I want to just call this out a little bit. So they're saying mud houses were known in the early days, but there were very few, of course, only occupied by the very poorest colonists. The buildings were generally of wood, few were of stone and brick. But until the town was at least 20 years of age, these were exceptions. The first dwellings were generally 1 story in height, with roofs covered with thatch or boughs of trees. But as time passed, those who could afford it built their houses of 2 stories in front, with a shingled roof that ran nearly to the ground in the rear, leaving but 1 story exposed. In time, lapped or double roofs were in order. So it's not hard to consider, at least for me, based on what I've seen, evidence-wise, that these could have been like the tops of taller buildings, like skyscrapers that were just exposed. And so they were, the rooftops of the buildings, that maybe the rooftops had collapsed, and the townspeople just kind of dig it out and then put that in. And then when they say the lapped or double roofs, they could be talking about lapping the shingles, and that's what you're supposed to think, but it could be a spin. They were spinning it, where they were actually adding a floor where the height of the floor was so high that you could actually add another whole level and still have plenty of headroom in there. But either way, moving on. Thunderstorm passed through. And then this is interesting. During the latter part of March 1645, there happened at Roxbury an explosion of 17 or 18 barrels of the town's stock of gunpowder, which was stored in the house of John Johnson. Interesting name. The shock shook the houses in Boston like an earthquake and blew burning cinders beyond the meeting house. Created quite a panic. The early records of Roxbury were destroyed by this fire. Well, isn't that convenient? Although there are no records of any later conflagrations until the Great Fire of 1653. There are many great fires, each one's bigger than the previous. Still, from the extensive preparations made by the citizens in 1651, it may be surmised that the inhabitants were not a little troubled with the danger, as well as with the Injuns, Native Americans, that is. The first action taken by the inhabitants, and then the outlawed fire again in 1651. Fires against the law. And there's much mention, I want to point this out very distinctly. There's much mention of God, the Lord, Jesus, God saw fit, the Lord saw fit, and this and that type of thing, okay? Much mention of the Lord God. And then there's a point that we'll come to, and it's very, very important. And it was one of the things, the thing that really shocked me the most about the many, many shocking things that I learned about in here, all of which are very, very prescient to other matters as well. Here's a fire at 1653. How did it start? It was kindled in the open air near some building or woodpile, and was the work of some evil persons to destroy the town. For the general court held in 1652 passed the following law: they outlawed fire. Here they have waterworks. Here there are fountains and wells, and what they had to do was just dig a trench and lay down pipes or waterworks or conveyances to just tap into what was already there. Okay, so that was interesting that was already all worked out. They talk about like conduits and there's this story about how they laid out a whole bunch of pipe and conduits, but they had an issue with permits. And this is, can you believe that they would have an issue with permits? And it meant that it never filled the object. Like they laid all this pipe and built all these aqueducts and conveyances and waterworks buildings and all this stuff, and it was allowed to go into decay just a few years later. I don't believe it, but it's, again, you read it over and over and over again. So I would not think that they would have problems like that. But here are many fires. But here again, I want to point this out. Providence of God. He praised God. Preach every Lord's Day, that kind of stuff. Okay, and successively awakening the whole city and enlightening and awakening its ministry, that kind of stuff. Now this is very important. I have it mega double outlined. I don't always do that when it's super important, but I thought of it this time. They finish outlawing fire, and then what's the next thing that happens? Gunpowder was used in the late fire for the first time in the town for blowing up buildings in order to arrest the progress of the fire. Now, with what success, it's not stated why. But as it continued to be practiced, and they continued to do it, it must have been, the author is conjecturing, and falsely by the way, that it was thought to be a valuable agent for this purpose many years after the fact. Yet, to this present day, they still think it must have had its advantages. Yet Captain Everdeen, first Captain Everdeen was paid for half a barrel, 20 pounds of powder to blow up a house. So it must have been pretty well shattered. The widow was allowed recompense for her house being destroyed in this manner, and many daring attempts were made by incendiaries to destroy the town. Really? Why? Incendiaries. Is that a person or what? I guess. Arsons, I guess. And judging from the methods adopted, they studied plans of some secret and determined gangs of firebugs. All right, so this practice of blowing up the buildings, I think that was the main objective, actually. And so this secret sect, and we know who they are now. It's, the controllers of the town, the Freemasons that created the false reality there. A candle it's just arson. So here are arsons, and they made a second attempt to burn a house, and they wrapped up the house in flames, and it went from building to building because the roof and sides were combustible, apparently. All the warehouses were laid waste, 80 dwelling houses, and it was the most woeful Boston had ever seen to that point, because it gets worse and worse. So complete was its ravages that much trouble was experienced by the people in determining the bounds of their estates and blah, blah, blah. They couldn't even find where their house was, is what he said. So they said it's the joining and the nearness of the buildings. They were going to stop doing that to prevent loss for the future. And then they passed a law outlawing fire again. This time they said no house shall be erected and set up except of stone or brick and covered with slate or tile. So there shouldn't be any more fires ever, right? After that, because at this point they're still like I said, there's a lot of goodwill and like whatever. They're being controlled. They don't know it. It's kind of like how we were, you know. But they even were so, they demanded, you know, that God, you know, they involved their understanding of God, you know, their in their public affairs at that time to a great extent. Not too many fires, not too many people died or anything. Then we have the Revolutionary War, and you'd think that there would be tons of devastation. There's some, but why did buildings burn down? Well, it wasn't for lack of any force willing to put the fires out. There were volunteer fire forces and paid. In 1775, I cried fire. Nobody came. I was stopped by a soldier. He said it was against orders to fight the fire. He threatened to knock my brains out if I did not keep still. Sounds like today, right? When I arrived at the fire, there was no engine. They called them engines back then. And I asked the reason for such an extraordinary delay, and he was told by an engine man that he had been to his engine, but the bayonets were too thick. So they had a group of soldiers with bayonets holding him back. After the fire had been long raging, anyway. They lost 20,000 pounds, British pounds. It's a lot. Okay, and then the very curious and valuable orrery constructed by Mr. Pope, a watchmaker, was carefully and happily saved. So I wanted to look that up, the orrery, because I saw it on the maps, the early maps, and see what this place is like. Oh, and then this is interesting. When Mr. Pope, the watchmaker, he had many hordes of books, instruments, papers, prints. Sounds like me. And he was able to move them all in a single hour after collecting them for 50 years into a helter-skelter heap in an adjoining pasture. And then he stayed for the night at a neighbor's house to return the next day. And one of his daughters said that her papa was the first thing they thought of moving. Upon this, he began to distinguish between persons and things, and would have brought in a long criticism if I had not changed the discourse to some inquiries about the Great Fire in the year 1711, which he remembered. You know, he is a curiosity. Sounds like they love him, but he's different, but he's cool. Anyway. And calamities, the want of water. So now something that, so that was, when was this? What year was that? Let's go back. So that was just after the Revolutionary War. Now we're jumping up. Now we're in 1822. What happened? We went from the Revolutionary War and we jumped ahead. All of a sudden, 1822, and I want you to notice this, something changed. There's no longer any mention of Christians, Christianity. I think it's possible that a great many people disappeared. Rapture style, like, you know, Left Behind type thing, like the movie Left Behind, not half of your derriere. That's not the Left Behind I'm talking about. You know. But seriously, it's really odd. So all of a sudden, it became evident that the change in habits and sympathies of the population and the recent and increasing infusion of foreigners rendered a change in the organization and system of defense against fire, and they had to enact policing, and it's just the beginning of their troubles. It proved to be an absolute failure. They had to start over. They were starting over from scratch all of a sudden. What happened? Some associations were formed. They attempt evidence the utter hopelessness of any such reliance. Something changed. So, the dog sees something. Examine it. This building had 210 rooms. But they say, a committee of wards investigated, said, that building wasn't as valuable as reported. Really? So what did they do? Well, they got together and they outlawed fire. An act to secure town from the damage by fire was passed. It's as if they had no memory of the fact that they already did that a few times. But the rapture, the reset. Oh, and by the way, now with the Christians all gone, or whatever changed, whatever happened, I don't know. It's my theory. I don't know yet. But the different fire companies didn't get along with each other and started rivalries and fighting. And it broke out in 1819 when they had a riot or a row, you know. So in 1820, they changed the name from engine men to firemen, and rehired, reorganized everything, kind of like another whole reset in addition to the other ones we've mentioned. But instead of a reward-based system of paying people who show up at the fire first and then paying the people who fight the fire, they now have salaried people paid whether they fight fires or not, but they had a punishment system set up where you would be penalized and fined if you didn't show up or do things in time, or didn't do what the man with the badge says or tells you to do. So they had police. Now they had already established a little bit of a police force already, but since the events, now in 1815, well, what they had to answer, what happened to the previous police force when you're hiring a whole new one? Well, they said every member of the police board resigned before. They all resigned and went away. Really? Did they? So there was no police. In 1815, they had to start over. So they started over with a law that had a new system, but that new law was voted down. They said, well, and there are a lot of new citizens coming in because they were trying to repopulate the city. So it was very confusing. And they said it was impossible to conduct municipal interests of the place under the form of government that they had. So they had a complete governmental reset, which isn't too surprising, after the switch from being a British colony to an independent nation. But on a town level, it shouldn't be so confusing. I think a lot of the town's officers were gone. Maybe because of the war, maybe. But early in the civil year 1811, votes had passed in the town meeting for uniting the office of the county treasurer in one person so what, but even that little gesture, that little change or organization at this point, it created a disturbance among the populace. Discontent arose with respect to expenditures. Everything was just messed up. Early on in 1811, the trouble started. So they created a fire department. This is like a total reset. Of course, you'd expect that after the Revolution and everything, the War of 1812. But here comes Thomas Franklin Esquire. They had a system before. They talk about their memory of it for many years. Perfect arrangements. They said, well, it's being practiced in New York again here. The most experienced men gather together. Basically, it's like your fire department, okay? But they had that before, but it was just an understood thing that any able-bodied men would help out, the bucket brigade type thing. But now they have to, order it. And so they have all this pomp and circumstance and letters, and the authorities, it's weird because something changed drastically, because now when there's a fire, whoever goes to fight the fire, it seems, are just they're trying to steal or harass or harangue or cheer on the fire. It's insane. And the firemen consider themselves having to face dangers and things just from the citizens, and they had to have police, but they were risking their own they're risking their own life and limb. And you'll see more of that here. The surrounding multitude have neither shame nor fear in refusing the fire ward and running away in masses as soon as he is seen with his badge of office advancing toward them. Or if a few yield a reluctant assent temporarily, they'll quit the line and leave the work assigned to them, basically to plunder or whatever. They're like a bunch of unruly children. The result of this state of things is as undeniable as it is inevitable, and the consequences and duties of it are equally plain and unquestionable. The system of depending upon the aid of the surrounding multitude must be abandoned, and with it the system dependent upon the mere influence or solicitation of sympathies. Wow, what happened? What happened between 1775 and now it's supposed to be like 1822? A system must be adopted suited to a large population. Well, they say that's what it was, but I think, I know, later on you're going to see the population had apparently a very marked decrease. In fact, that they have very little mention of any fires. Any fires in the years, like for example, in the year 1812, they had one fire. It's because the people were gone. Many of the people were gone. And it seems to me apparent, and you'll see the evidence, the people gone are Christians. The Christians were gone. They just disappeared off the face of the earth, apparently. So now we're into 1831. Can't be forgotten how the old popular hazard of popularity it was to abolish the old fire department and have a new one established. The visible and active energy the members of the fire department take in active protection of the city against the element of fire has always been and must always be regarded, respected, I guess is what he's saying. And they start bad-mouthing the previous ones. They were, they say, oh, the old ones, they were prejudiced in favor of old modes and old weapons. So there's basically, they're going to use technology to make up for the fact that their kindred spirit and their goodwill towards their fellow man is basically vanished. So they want more money, and they went on strike, threw down the engines. So the whole fire department went on strike, and the pay raise was refused, and all at once, all of the firemen on the same day were fired. And then they were once again relying upon the voluntary service, and it was just another reset. So 1831, another complete reset. And then again, they sought the best model of engines, the best. So they're trying to rescue it all with technology and say, well, even though the whole fire department basically went on strike and we fired them all, and we're rehiring from scratch, we're working on this better technology of the fire engines. So, all right, so now we're going back a little bit. So we're talking about 1810. All right, so we're going to get and see what happened there. So here it is, 1810. There were only a few small fires, okay? Nobody's getting hurt, hardly anybody. 1812, even fewer. Just hardly any fires at all. I think, this is me, just me, I think the population dropped drastically, and they're not talking about it. It got blamed on the War of 1812, but something happened. Agenda 1812 or something happened, okay? The population... In 1813, they only had one fire. Well, two fires, but the two fires happened at the one place, like on the same day. And it was a glassmaker. You know, they have fires anyway. It just, maybe it got a little bit out of hand or something. Probably because the real glassmaker was a Christian and went up in the rapture or something. I don't know. It seems like that, like somebody's in there just trying to learn how to do it. I don't know. It's conjecture, and they don't report that here, but I'm just trying to make sense of it. because there's a lot to, like, why are they starting over? They say in 1814, the unhappy difficulties with England, they say, led to great excitement and fears in Boston. The town was in a defenseless condition. What happened to their defenders? The fort's almost useless. Aren't they like brand new still at that point? And owing to bitter quarrels with the administration, no help had been given or was to be looked for from the national government. What happened to the national government? Hadn't it just started? It was organized. They had the Declaration of Independence, Constitution, all that good stuff. Our citizens took every possible measure to protect themselves. From what? From whom? One of which, from the fire, I guess, was stationing 2 of each at the engine company. So they just had, like, it was like people wandering in, like your local librarian or your, whoever has to play fireman. Like, because the fireman was a Christian and all the firemen they were gone. They got taken up in the rapture or whatever happened to them. I don't know. They're starting over. An engine company was formed, little service. A new one was asked for in 1814. In 1814, it was a free-for-all, like a post-apocalyptic scene. So the entire department was cautioned by the wards not to volunteer their services in any other capacity and to get the fire engines back into a state of operation or in the best possible state of operation. And they had to do a head count literally in 1814, organizing to see that if they had identified enough men in case there was an alarm sometime again, they would rendezvous at this respective engine house. It's like a complete reset. It's like what happened to the people of the town before. What happened? Oh, they died in the war or whatever. Yeah, maybe, but to that extent, I don't know. It's crazy. And again, if you look around, you see no mention of Christians, Christianity, God, the Lord, anything like that. And we're in 1817. There was a boat in the harbor. It was ready to sail to France. And the crew went ashore to enjoy the festivities. And they had a colored steward left on the boat on board. He was so angry at his treatment that about 11 o'clock in the morning, he took revenge by discharging a pistol. In a barrel of powder stored among many others in the magazine of the ship. As a matter of course, the discharge blew the vessel into fragments. The affair was the origin of the famous byword of bygone days, "Who blew up the ship?" which was answered by the colored folks to whom it was always addressed, "Who put out the moon?" Okay. In the Bible, it says that the sun and the moon are put out at the end times. Who put out the moon, alluding to a famous exploit of an engine company once dragged their engine to the end of the long wharf to extinguish what appeared to be a large fire, but proved to be only the rising of an extraordinary bright full moon on a somewhat hazy summer evening. I don't know about that. It's a nice story. Very, very interesting find here, I think. Who put out the moon? The colored folk ask the white folk who mistreat the colored folk who put out the moon. Interesting, I think. I really do. I have a theory, maybe, it seems, that the Christians are all gone. Where are the Christian men standing up for the colored guy who's being mistreated? They weren't there. They were all gone. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to be a Christian to have these kinds of morals. But if you just go with the times, and at the time, if it was acceptable to do that kind of mistreatment, they just go along with that, So, and then here, this is interesting. On June the 12th, 1817, the wards made a thorough examination of all the ladders furnished by the religious societies. Well, could they ask the religious societies? Why did they have to go and scout them out and do a survey and document and figure it out and back engineer all of the stuff that whatever the religious societies were doing to keep the town safe? And have them repaired. Well, why weren't the religious societies keeping them up and repairing them themselves? Because they weren't there. They were gone. They were all gone. The Christians were all gone. I'm just reading on. They had to issue orders to have the ladders repaired and returned to their proper places. And to get the people to comply, Mr. Levi Melcher was appointed the keeper of the magazines. at the Fort Strong on Noodle Island and placed under $5,000 bond. Yet still, he only remained in the position with this ladder a few weeks, and he was discharged and prosecuted by the wards. That sounds like, to me, it just sounds to me like it's chaos. It's hell in a handbasket. Everything's literally gone to hell. Now we're into 1818. Then this Exchange Coffee House, built at an expense of $500,000, was discovered to be on fire. Stone building. The height of the fire and possibility of getting the flames rendered the spirited efforts of the citizens and firemen of no avail. It was consumed in 3 hours. What? The dome fell with a crash. It was followed by the north and south walls, damaging nearby buildings because it was so huge. An immense concourse of citizens showed up to be spectators of the scene. It's like the first big gathering since the events, maybe. The apocalypse or whatever happened, I don't know. The light penetrated far into the country, so as to be clearly visible upwards of 50 miles. The following morning, the front walls, 90 feet in height and 80 feet wide, fell. $500,000 domed, immense 90-foot stone building burns to rubble in hours. How? It stood tottering over the people's heads and threatened to crush the building opposite of it, but it was leveled without accident. The building covered 13,000 square feet on the ground and contained... That's a very tall building. Because that's not that huge, for 90 feet. It's like a skyscraper type thing. Contained 210 rooms. They examined it. This building had 210 rooms. But they say, a committee of wards investigated. Said, that building wasn't as valuable as reported. Really? So what did they do? Well, they got together and they outlawed fire. An act to secure town from the damage by fire was passed. It says if they had no memory of the fact that they already did that a few times, but the rapture, the reset. Oh, and by the way, now with the Christians all gone or whatever changed, whatever happened, I don't know. It's my theory. I don't know yet, but the different fire companies didn't get along with each other and started rivalries and fighting. And it broke out in 1819 when they had a riot or a row, So in 1820, they changed the name from engine men to firemen, and rehired, reorganized everything, kind of like another whole reset in addition to the other ones we've mentioned. But instead of a reward-based system of paying people who show up at the fire first and then paying the people who fight the fire, they now have salaried people paid whether they fight fires or not, but they had a punishment system set up where you would be penalized and fined if you didn't show up or do things in time, or didn't do what the man with the badge says or tells you to do. So they had police. Now they had already established a little bit of a police force already, but since the events, now in 1815, well, what they had to answer what happened to the previous police force when you're hiring a whole new one. Well, they said every member of the police board resigned before. They all resigned and went away. Really? Did they? So there was no police. In 1815, they had to start over. So they started over with a law that had a new system, but that new law was voted down. They said, well, and there are a lot of new citizens coming in because they were trying to repopulate the city. So it was very confusing. And they said it was impossible to conduct municipal interests of the place under the form of government that they had. So they had a complete governmental reset, which isn't too surprising, after the switch from being a British colony to an independent nation. But on a town level, it shouldn't be so confusing. I think a lot of the town's officers were gone. Maybe because of the war, maybe. But early in the civil year 1811, votes had passed at the town meeting for uniting the office of the county treasurer and one person to the... So what, but even that little gesture, that little change or organization at this point, it created a disturbance among the populace. Discontent arose with respect to expenditures. Everything was just messed up. 1811, early on in 1811, the trouble started, whatever it was. Probably not what they say it was. So, so a change had been effected in the minds of the inhabitants, subject to city government. Yeah, a lot of changes had happened. He concluded his remarks by reporting that he said that one person from each ward of the town with instructions to report a system of government in the town with such powers. So basically, martial law, and starting over, authorizing a kangaroo court, whatever, to constitute a city government just under one person. It's just martial law. The general's in charge or whatever. And so they sent out 12 people, 12 different sections of the city, just to rule over. So the authorities organized the city of Boston again. And they started having people take oaths. That wasn't mentioned before. That's all new. And the fire department was sadly in need of a reform that would place it on equal footing to to meet the transition state under which everything was advancing. And they say by the increase of population, ties of individual interests were diminished, and so it was considered imperative to get things organized at that point. Things had changed since the colonial days, they say, when the inhabitants were few, they say, and the insurance system was not known. Well, because they took care of each other. The losses being sustained by the help of one another, Christians. Now they had to have insurance. So some of the citizens complained that the fire wards did not exercise their authority. They were despotic for the emergency. Like their predecessors should have been, like their predecessors. And, the fire wards asserted that the citizens no longer aided them in their duties by becoming members of the fire companies voluntarily. And the classes of population were now disposed to be inactive or to depreciate or deprecate. As the fires increased, those who were willing to assist decreased. They were much lessened, and all acknowledged that the fires were now more destructive than before, even though it had been outlawed a bunch of times. This was attributed not to any defect in the system, but for want of cooperation among the citizens. Interesting. Christians are absent? I wonder. You don't hear anything about Christianity here. Well, there is prayer, but that's more of the word of, like the request, right? I pray thee, sir, do consider this. Again, now in 1824, on December the 1st, the mayor fired everybody. At 1 o'clock on that day, all the captains of the engine companies resigned their care of the engines. So they had to replace all of the fire captains with aldermen. No event of similar character transpired in the country which has been the same. The theme of so much dissension and general conversation is the destruction of the Ursuline convent in the Charlestown district. What? August 11th, 1834, the facts of the case are as follows. They say, as far as we know, it's not really, that doesn't tell you the story, but about 2 months previous to its destruction, rumors were afloat that several people were confined in the nunnery against their will. Their friends were denied the privilege of visiting or even seeing them, and they were subject to tortures of an outrageous character as a punishment for their stubbornness and disobedience. Rumors were in circulation that one of the nuns had suddenly disappeared in a most mysterious manner, that the interior arrangement of the convent was conducted in a manner not strictly in accordance with the moral sense of the community. Now, all these things, as is well known, only tended to create a more bitter and hostile feeling in the minds of the citizens of Charleston against that institution. Story after story was circulated in regard to transactions which were reported as having transpired in the convent. The excitement ran very high at this time, yet nothing was done by those who had control of the convent to allay it in the slightest degree. Those who had control of it. What? Like temporary control? These are the tribulation times, in my opinion, post-rapture. The convent was empty of its normal people, and there were 2 nuns, only 2, and then they were held there captive and being inquired of and tortured, apparently. Like, what the heck? And then the crowd of people burnt down or destroyed the nunnery, the convent, the Catholic place there. It's insane. Like, what? Let's read more about it. Because my theory is all the Christians were gone. So the nun made her escape from the convent at 12 o'clock. So this is, to me, this is like the rapture happens, and then a few girls go, or a few women go, and they decide that, oh man, that was where you want to be, and they became Christians after the rapture, and so then they are facing the tribulations. So she and other people, non-Christians, were put in charge of the convent when all the Christians were gone. That's what it seems like. Harrison made her escape from the convent at 12 o'clock noon and proceeded immediately to a friend's house in Cambridge. When the bishop learned of this fact, he proceeded to the house, accompanied by her brother, and had an interview, after which she consented to return on the promise that she should be released with honor in 2 or 3 weeks. By some means, it was alleged, this promise was not kept, and when these facts came to the knowledge of the citizens of Charlestown town, they had handbills of the most exciting character posted up throughout the vicinity, calling a meeting of the citizens, taking into consideration to the best course to be pursued in relation to the matter. So great was the excitement that the selectmen of the town, in order to preserve the order and allay all the trouble, proceeded to the nunnery for the purpose of investigating the truth of the matter. On ringing the bell, they were asked their business, and so the bishop, he bluffed, because he's trying to protect. He said he would bring 20,000 Irishmen to pull down their houses over their heads. 2 other visits were paid by the same gentleman, with the same result. They finally had an interview with the bishop, and arrangements were made for them to visit the nunnery. Okay. So they show up, and they called. See, I'm trying to understand this, though, because they called upon the citizens to assemble, further declaring that the selectmen would not be allowed to enter the nunnery, that Miss Harrison would not be set at liberty. What? And it was time the citizens should take the matter into their own hands, etc. Okay, so he's calling for the citizens to help the poor nun being held at, of all places, the nunnery against her will, and being subject to things for what reason I don't know yet. They had a long conversation with Lady Superior and Miss Harrison. When they retired, it was too late to issue circulars containing the full particulars of the result of this interview. Giving such an account, their visit would allay the excitement existing in the minds of the public. Okay. And around 11 o'clock on Monday night, a large fire was made by burning several tar barrels at the highest point of a hill in the vicinity of the building. It's like burning a cross, like Ku Klux Klan or something. I don't know. Soon after, a party of 50 to 100 men disguised with masks and fantastic dresses and painted faces assembled in front of the building. Those are not Christians. This is a tribulation time here. And after, it's like the purge, And after informing the inmates, the nuns, of the object of their visit, they gave them a half hour to pack up their bags and effects and leave the convent, after which they retired a short distance from the place to consult further with one another as the best course to pursue. So they say they allowed time for the nuns to vacate. And then when the time expired, whether they vacated or not, which they said they saw no appearance of the nuns, they commenced an assault upon the building. Some of the nuns were placed in carriages and taken to such a place as they desired. So they had, basically, it's like a purge. They show up, big crowd in masks and dresses, and they came in and they made demands, and the nuns spoke to them through the window and said, "We're fine, leave us alone." And they didn't leave them alone, and they had people sent out from there and burned the place down, hunted them down, whatever. burned everything, their property, 3 pianos. There's no evidence that anybody was inmates or held captive there. They used that term, but people didn't leave with the crowd. They didn't trust the crowd. They tried to escape out the back. They said they allowed enough time for the nuns, so they burned the place down. One of the nuns was bedridden with the disease, so I don't know what happened to her. Strange times. The children who were there under their care were badly frightened. The distress and terror. Yeah, it was a bad scene. And they worked their destruction until daylight, until the mob dispersed. All that was left of the St. Ursuline convent was blackened walls and smoldering ruins. This is according to their report. The inmates of the convent consisted of the Lady Superior, 6 nuns, 3 female attendants, and from 50 to 60 children, who were placed there for instruction by their friends, many of whom were Protestants. Now, why would they have done that? Why would the Protestants have placed their own children into this Ursuline school, Catholic school for instruction? Strange. Whatever the case. The fire department's report is what we're reading. So they said they got the alarm much later. When they arrived, they were prevented from helping. So they had a meeting in town where they once again outlawed fire. And they also outlawed hunting down, burning the property of, and murdering Catholics, Christians, whatever, Catholic Christians. Well, that's nice. The Protestant citizens of Boston, we pledge ourselves collectively and individually to unite with our Catholic brethren in protecting their persons and their property and their civil and religious rights. Now, I read a little bit more on this, and supposedly there had been this huge influx of Irish, like tens of thousands of Irish Catholics, I guess from the Great Potato Famine. You know, that's probably its own crazy story. It also happened probably around 1812-ish. Well, it just doesn't work in my mind. If there were so many Catholics there at that time, why is there just this one convent that's practically empty? And it seems like they're just beginning to operate again after some events around 1812. And they got persecuted. They got hunted down. They got burned. Basically burned at the stake on a hill, basically. I mean, and do you think that tens of thousands of Irish Catholics would stand by and allow a group of 60 or 80 so-called Protestant Christians to form a mob and go to their convent, St. Ursuline School and church, make demands on the nuns and priests there, surround and set fire to the place, burn and bash everything up and everybody up over a period of hours and do nothing about it? I'm talking about Irish Catholics. Literal, not just second generation, third generation who are tough enough, but I'm talking about first generation immigrant Irish Catholics. Do you think they would allow this to happen? No. No way. No way, no way, no way, never. Wouldn't. So this doesn't add up to me. And then they have a town meeting. Now that town meeting would break out into a riot, believe me. But no, there are no Catholics there. To their credit, they did resolve that they're not going to do anything about what happened, but that they said they wouldn't do that type of stuff again. Maybe because there's practically like nobody left, you know? But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. So next, just this little thing about this schooner named Sarah. Schooner is a boat, sailboat type thing. Blown to atoms, they don't know why. But I want to know, how do they even know about atoms in 1835? Well, this was written in around 1900, so you have to keep that in mind. But still, in 1900, did they know about atoms? I don't know. Do we know about atoms today? I've never seen them. I don't believe squat of what they say. They say the Earth is a ball, and I know that it is not a globe. 25,000 miles in circumference as a sphere. It is not. Saturday the 10th, a number of alarms were given for incendiaries, aka arsons, making an attempt on a Park Street church, the fire being ignited in one of the pews. 2 fires were located at Roxbury's next door, the next day. And they made an endeavor to burn the State House down. What the heck? So then things get interesting because now we're getting into the big fire. And then on October the 23rd, they outlawed fire again. And they established a fire department for the first time. Wow. It's a reset, I'm telling you. They had storage, they had unused apparatus like ladders, chained in certain places, or not chained, but just leaning, or they had been moved away from their place. They kept them so the fire, because before then, the fire department was everybody. It's like you and me. Hey, if your neighbor's house is burning down, it's up to you. You're not. Nowadays, we've been conditioned to just wait for the fire department to show up and they'll take care of it. If they don't show up, let it burn, baby. No, they weren't like that. They had stuff. They were ready to go. They had the bucket brigades. They had the ladders strategically placed. Well, the people were all gone. The people who did that were gone. So they had to kind of reorganize everything. So they agreed. They had a committee, and then they said they would pay people. And then they claimed, why are all the people gone? Well, they explained it. Well, they were all discharged for neglect of duty because of a dispute over compensation. Well, it sounds plausible, but how many times is this going to happen? It becomes less plausible each time. Well, I say that there was a reset event and there was an extreme population decrease. It was like Agenda 1850. They had Agenda 1812, now it's Agenda 1850. The records of the appointment of company commanders from 1835 to 1858 are lost. No data exists. The company records remain blank. Yeah, reset event. What happened to Christians, by the way? Now, I say that because I'm a Christian, so I'm biased, yes. In the religion that I believe in, you don't have these types of squabbles if you can help it. And I don't mean that I'm not saying that if you're not a Christian that you're going to believe in squabbling. I think you have to understand where I'm coming from, just where I'm looking at the language here and I'm looking at the way people behaved, and something changed, and it was a Christian city, it was a Christian town, and now the only mention of anything religious so far since 1812 has been these life and death struggles, in which this case it seemed to be the so-called Protestants hunting down and persecuting the Catholics, right? So for being not Christian, I guess. Well, this one engine company was disbanded supposedly on account of disturbances and quarrels among themselves. Okay, so now they're increasing the pay. The salary chief was increased to $3,300. Wow, that's high. And his secretary, In this case, it would be, well, what secretary? I thought we had no records. Well, anyway, that person's paid $1,800, and it's not hush money. No, it's not hush money. $325 for the wards in certain wards, and then other wards where this fire isn't going to happen, and they don't have to do the hush money. They got an increase only to $175 a year. What? I mean, this is crazy. That's a lot of money there, but the $3,300 in $1,871, $3,300 in a salary. Wow. I mean, like in 1930, that'd be a pretty dang good salary, but 1871, holy smokes. Holy smokes, unholy smokes. Oops. All right. So it turns out that that's not all that much money. Sorry, I'm walking on a squeaky floor here. It's as if I live in a mud flutter. Well, maybe. I thought maybe they were paid off with these salary increases, but surprisingly enough, the value of $1 in 1871 in 2019 is $20.66. So you multiply that out, and it only comes to just over $72,000 for the fire chief. So that's not all that much. I'm sure they make a lot more money than that nowadays. I'm quite sure of that. So the value, I mean, like they weren't taxed as much, so it was a considerable amount of money, but I think it was comparable or comparable to what we pay them today. Not that they do anything that differently today. Who knows? Who knows? I'm not going to make any... Well, I'm not making a statement about that at all. California is a different story. Well, no, I am making a statement about Boston because there are things that have transpired in recent years in Boston of which the fire department would have to be privy and apparently is kept silent about. So, and well, be that as it may, let's not go there. Let's continue on. So Boston, in common with other large cities at the time, were visited with an unusual large number of large fires during 1871 and the loss of almost $750,000. Well, that was a decrease over the previous year, which isn't even really mentioned. 1870, they had a ton of fires. Wow. So the fires have picked up, the salaries have picked up a little bit. Salaries pick up a little more, and then they jump ahead a little bit, saying, you know, they had to take care of that Coliseum building later, 1873. I'm not convinced that that was a mud flutter if you look at it. Sounded like one, but what they show us as the Coliseum doesn't appear to be a mud flutter. So that to get ready for the big fire, they had all the horses sick. So the town is shut down. Business is shut down because all the horses are crippled up with an illness called epizootic influenza, and they had another name for it, but whatever. It was visited by a conflagration. Get it? So extensive in dimensions and appalling result that all others fade into insignificance. Well, that's not the first time they've said that. November the 9th, 1872. It was one of those beautiful September 11 days. No, it was one of those beautiful autumnal days so common in New England. The air was clear and exhilarating, not a cloud obscured the sun, and a gentle breeze veered occasionally 2 or 3 points. So why are they talking about the weather? Well, because there was probably talk of fire weather. That's my opinion. I didn't see that anywhere, but I'm not done because there is something that you'll see. So it did not exceed 7 miles an hour as the day went out. Twilight settled, and a more beautiful sunset was never seen. Sick horses were convalescent and on the road to recovery. So whatever made them sick was put to a halt because it had done the job that it needed to do, whatever that was. The fear which had hung over the city. What fear? Which had hung over the city for a week, like a cloud. I think the F is missing. The F is it's not silent and invisible. It's invisible but not silent. The city for a week, like a cloud, was gradually lifting and showed a silver lining. The wholesale business center of the city had been deserted. Why? Well, because the horses were sick and other reasons. And it had been surrendered. Bad idea. So the business center of the city had been deserted and surrendered, emptied out, to the guardians of its peace and safety. Horrible idea. And who was the last to see all this stuff? All these grand buildings. Who was the last there besides the guardians of its peace and safety? The owners and occupants of the great mercantile houses of brick, stone, and iron, all those flammable materials, having gone hours before to their respective homes with no warning or thought of impending danger. Wait, just a little bit earlier it said the fear which had hung over the city was gradually lifting. Well, apparently it had completely lifted, huh? Why? So the city's emptied out. No one's there except, and it's kind of vague. The guardians of its peace and safety. Well, why so vague? Well, because we find out that it was the military, or a military, maybe not their military, but like a militia, like a shadow government kind of off-brand military, like, you know, I mean, like nowadays it'd be like the city was in the hands of Homeland Security, or the city was in the hands of the Space Force, you know. So at the close of that beautiful day, the enemy appeared. Well, they were already there, guys. You left the city in their hands and attacked the very citadel of the city's strength, built of obdurate metal and mineral, you know, those flammable things. And it succumbed at the first onslaught. Clearly because metal and mineral, packed in solid form as structural components, are so flammable. You know, if you take a magnifying glass, if you're walking on a sunny day with a magnifying glass and you're not careful, you can just incinerate an entire building, right? That's the experience you've had too, right? No, not at all. Not at all. But I'm just reading this. I'll just read it again. On that beautiful day, the enemy appeared. What? The enemy? They're talking about fire. Ostensibly, it's the enemy of fire, but that they weren't afraid of. So if you're not afraid of it, is it an enemy? And attacked the very citadel of the city's strength, built of obdurate metal and mineral. And it succumbed at the first onslaught. And then they had a problem getting the alarms out, because the first alarm sounded at 7:20 p.m. at box 52 and was followed by other alarms calling the entire working force of the department, right? But so there shouldn't have been a problem, right? There was a fearful delay in sounding out the first alarm. What? This was caused by the fact that engine number 7 and hose number 2, those are both groups of firemen, were already at work, which impressed the officers on that beat. It impressed them with the idea that the alarm had already been turned in by some person who had discovered the fire. So they made assumptions. I don't believe that they would have made assumptions. I do not. Hence, the largest portion of the department is first notified by the brilliant pyrotechnic display which illuminated the entire city. Pyrotechnics illuminated the entire city. What? And the apparatus, which means the rest of them. And they keep referring to this apparatus, and I think it's supposed to mean the fire department, right? Hastened to this. The entirety of the fire department hastened to the scene, but it also kind of seems like they're talking about some kind of a device as well, an apparatus, the literal meaning of the word apparatus. It was 15 minutes after the fire was discovered by the men of engine number 7 before the alarm was sounded on the bells, by which time the fire assumed fearful proportions. If the city was emptied out and it was so quiet, I'm just thinking here, hang on a minute. If the city was so emptied out and it was so quiet, wouldn't the sound of just the men fighting the one fire have created a curious commotion heard? If you can hear, I have really good hearing. If I can hear a bell at a great distance, and I know there are bells in university towers and things within earshot of me. I can hear trains miles away. When it's really quiet, like when there's the big football game, rivalry game, everyone's indoors watching the game and I don't care about it, and I take my dog for a walk or something, it's the city that it's empty because the state team, is playing this other team, and yeah, it's like, that's like Armageddon there. But I can hear things from really far away. But anyway, apparently they didn't hear that. They could only hear the bells. It's like the bell. The bell. Like in A Christmas Story, the bell rang. Help me, help me. But the bell rang. It's like, but the bell didn't ring. Well, you got to go. It sounds like they're fighting a fire. Why don't we go check it out and send somebody to check it out? No, the bell didn't ring. The bell didn't ring. That looks like the aqueduct there. It's an elevated rail line or something. That burned too, it looks like, huh? That white. And this metal down here, you'll see it's twisted up. And what is it anyway? What's it holding up? And how deep does it go? You look, they ran these beams across the floor below ground level and put marble columns on it. I mean, so much of it doesn't make sense. Look at this sign. And they have signs, for the banks mainly, where to go to pay them interest. Gosh, that's a clean edge there. What is that? I guess that could be a rooftop. Just amazing. Okay, so here, granite. I said marble earlier, and I was thinking of this at the time. So on the 9th and 10th of November in 1872, this fire produced a firenado. It's the first description in history since the time the finger of God came down from heaven and blocked the Pharaoh of Egypt from pursuing Moses and his people, the Hebrews. After that point, I hadn't heard a description or read a description of a firenado until recent times in California. Well, that changed. I read it here, and I'll read it to you when we get to that point. But the heat from this fire, supposedly, was the heat from the fire, was so intense that it melted granite, solid granite. And you can see here, that is what they say the effects of the fire on these granite walls is. If you look closely, you can see the dripping, melted granite. I mean, it could be that it looks that way because of the way it broke up and the quality of the image. And I suppose that's possible. But what do we have here? That looks like steel, but it's granite. That's what we're being told. I see wires coming out of it and going through it. So they drilled through it. I see rebar. I see brick. And then here looks like rebar. Perhaps they drilled into the granite and inserted rebar just to hold the columns together. But what causes the granite to pop like that? I guess the intense heat, uneven temperatures, is possible. What a shame and what a loss. But it looks suspiciously like, just incredible. So then we find out that they had these cockamamie plans in place where they put inside these high buildings, they put stores of, well, they say inflammable merchandise. Well, inflammable, you know, it means what is understood by the layman, flammable or lights up, burns, right? But no, it's not just inflammable. They're talking about explosives. And the thought was that explosives would tumble the buildings and their contents into confused heaps of combustibles, which would not be defended as well as if they stood intact, right? And that if they did that, the thoroughfare would be blocked by the debris. But despite that, it was urged that the plans of the battle, as they were now well arranged and understood among the generals in command, that it would be interfered with by the desires of the inexperienced and excited men. And the powder was brought into requisition and used. So they did place barrels of explosives. It's just like 9/11 with the building. They wired it with explosives ahead of time. And then it had the effect anticipated by those who opposed its use. Now, this is written in such a confusing way. Let me just tell you how I interpret it. The officials had stores of explosives saying that if the fire would spread, if there would be a fire that spread, that if you blew the building, then it would prevent further spread of the fire. But that was a lie, because it was just meant to take down the buildings and make the fire spread, which it did, because it blew hot embers everywhere, and it's just a daisy chain of explosions, basically. That's why it sounded like 100 cannons going off, I think. The fire raged for 18 hours with relentless fury. The streets became veritable blowpipes by reason of their narrowness and the height of the buildings upon them, causing such intense heat that the blocks of granite stores would melt, as it were, and fall before the flames had approached within 500 feet of them. Wow! Blocks of granite stores would melt, as it were, and fall before the flames had approached within 500 feet of them. What? How would that be possible? That's insane. That's directed energy weapons, to me. Directed energy weapons. At last, the working force had been so augmented, blah, blah, blah. So now we have fire NATOs and directed energy weapons. Wow. They said it was such a long superhuman struggle. But wait, there's more. The limits of the fire were now defined, and further spread was out of the question. So they directed their work to the interior of the buildings, partially destroyed on the boundaries of the fire. And who? The military. What's the military got to do with it? What's the military organization doing here? The military organizations were doing magnificent work in keeping the curious-minded back, from dangerous positions. Stupid idiots, town folk, right? You know, you have to have the military with bayonets, keeping them back from dangerous positions. Details of the Grand Army of Firemen were posted to take care of the ruins. Yeah, take care of them, all right? They just blasted them. And you wonder about the it sounded like cannon fire. Well, you got barrels of gunpowder, and you've got the military who have cannons, right? Details of the Grand Army of Firemen were posted to take care of the ruins, and tranquility again took possession of the city. Whatever. So they had the military in there keeping everybody back. So who knows what really transpired. But on midnight the next day, Sunday, it was aroused again by a terrific report. That means a boom or a bang or a shot like a cannon or like a barrel of gunpowder. They say it was by a gas explosion on Sumner Street near Washington Street, which caused a general alarm to be sent in. Wonder if that one was delayed. The explosion took place in a block. Whatever. The front and external wall was blown into the street. So the explosion took place on the inside. The merchandise with which the building store was ignited, and a terrific fire was again in full blast at close proximity to the two largest dry goods stores in the city. They were on the hit list. They didn't get nixed the day before. The excitement caused by this fire was even greater than that of the night before, but the excellent work of the military in keeping the people at proper distance. So the tally at the end of the day, it cost $75 million. The buildings that burned, 776, of which 709 were brick and stone. You know, that flammable brick and stone, that kind. And 67 wood. Well, 67 wood. Would make sense. Wow. So they start handing out awards. Ex-Chief Damrell was honored by the Masons at one of the many, I think 5 or 6 different Masonic lodges in the city of Boston at that time. And he was presented with a silver tea set, basically a silver service valued at $3,000, which would be about $60,000 or more, well, more than $60,000 in today's 2019 dollar value, where at Tremont Temple. The presentation was made by the ex-mayor, the Honorable William Gaston. Gaston. Speeches were also made by several prominent Masonic citizens. Yeah. And then this other ex-chief engineer was an orphan, like so many. He was just a runaway, runaway. And he had neither money nor influential friends, so he was easy prey and called into action. And he got rewarded for blowing up and burning down the city with the other co-conspirators. Fire Commissioner David Chamberlain was reappointed, and he got his salary, increased to $4,000 a year. That's a lot of money back then. It is. So what did they destroy? Well, let's give you an idea. Technasma, architechnology, electricity. Here's how it works. In the video you're about to see, we have just uncovered an example, if it turns out to be true and not fabricated, but it fits everything I've learned. It kind of fits it all. And it's known that if you have an anode and a cathode, you're going to produce a current if you have one of them grounded, and then you have the other one gathering atmospheric energy by means of elevation. So you have an increase of voltage as you go up in altitude. So with these metal roofs and these features on the roofs, they're not just lightning rods, and they're not just meant to keep the rain out, but they serve the purpose of producing electrical current, and that can be routed and made in such a way through, I don't know if it's fractals or exactly how they do it, haven't figured that out yet, but they create like a static charge or spark gap somehow in the air and on these spires, and they produce light. And I've seen it in the photos, well, not so much the photos, but the drawings, because this is an older technology. I mean, this is something that is, I would have thought was really ancient, but it's been around, and I wouldn't have thought that it was still around anywhere. But in this case, I'm not sure if they reconstructed this temple. It's kind of sketchy. It's in Cambodia, and I looked into it more, and the temple is It's in a town called Phnom. I don't know how to pronounce it. P-N-O-M. And, well, just have a look and I'll explain how I think it works. So I've told you they have one part of it grounded and then the rest is not. They use elevation. They use a lot of metal up there. The shapes matter for the gathering. I think that the spire and the upward points and various elements of the shapes, the windings of it, I think matter. But also, if you see it, it has all these, all the columns. And I don't think that many columns would be necessary to support that weight. And they seem very specific. Well, I think the columns, they remind me of something that it's kind of like a resonance. Okay, so I think there is definitely a resonant frequency associated with it. And one of the commenters on the other video I did found that it comes up with specific numbers, which I'll put on the screen, of hertz. And one of them I think was C sharp. Was it C sharp 2? And so those tones are very specific, and they are found more than in just this video that you hear from the tones. And oftentimes these buildings have an organ or some kind of a musical or some kind of a resonant instrument. So it may be that they use that to activate the process, and they may also use it to end the process. And I think they did it in such of an elegant fashion. It was so refined that they incorporated music and dance in the production of electricity and light. It must have been fabulous. It must have been spectacular. And it's been lost, and they are I'm not saying that they've destroyed it in the past. I'm not saying that they've tried to destroy it. They destroyed it, and they are destroying this stuff. They're destroying it right before our very eyes, and we need to stop them from doing that, because what was lost does not seem inherently evil. It just seems like it would help society to have free electricity. And the culture, besides that, the lost art is an abomination. It's an abomination to destroy good art, holy art, uplifting art, beneficial, beautiful artwork. And that's the architecture of these buildings. It is beautiful. And then these porthole things, they're not clocks. I don't care how obsessive people are about time. It's not necessary to have that many clocks. It's just not. So it's Phnom Penh Royal Palace and Silver Pagoda. And I know I hesitate to put that out there. I would say, based on what I've read, don't go there and don't try to investigate this. Just leave them alone. All right? But I found a picture where I think it was the very same one. Yes, this picture. Look at this. Is that just light reflecting off of it, or is it producing light? It's rather interesting to me. So that makes two examples. Now, obviously, they could have put an electric light up there, you know, just so that skydivers don't get the temple point right up betwixt the nethers or something. I don't know, because it's pretty low for planes to worry about. But I think they're producing electricity there, and it's just kind of hidden there in plain sight. So, and then just researching the town, you know, it seems like they've had traditionally a good understanding of electricity. So, you know, if you're like me, like a lot of people, you think that everybody got electricity after the United States and Europe and everything. And, well, I mean, we're taught ridiculous things, and I exaggerate, and it's funny, I think, but like, we're practically taught that, you know, Benjamin Franklin invented lightning and Thomas Edison invented electricity. You know, like, it's just that's the way those men are great men. Well, I beg to differ, and I think that a lot of other people understood a lot more about electricity, and still do apparently, than I thought even was in the realm of possibilities. So, like I said, they had a classical Cambodian dance stage in the pavilion, which is sometimes lit at night to commemorate festivals or anniversaries. So maybe it's not a completely lost art, and I would love to see that. And I'm sure it's beautiful, and I hope exposure that it's getting helps and doesn't hurt. Because I think that, we have to respect their traditions and everything. That's why it exists, is because of the respect. Now, the Khmer Rouge went through, apparently, according to the official narrative, and destroyed everything. I don't know what to believe about that. I haven't researched it. But if the Khmer Rouge were so terrible, why is this there? I mean, I'm not saying they weren't terrible. I'm just fascinated by the fact that this, we're not terrible, right? We have a sense of history, and, well, the United States doesn't have history, right? Europe's the old country. I'm finding out differently now. I think some of these structures in Boston were perhaps much, much older than previously thought. Now we're still in Cambodia here. I mean, look at that. It's beautiful inside there. Peaceful. Well, there you have it. Boston. It's not just another documentary out of Boston. I can't complete this video about Boston. And look at that mud flutter. Man, that's beautiful. And that is too. But I can't complete this video. I'm not sure what to think. It looks like a beautiful lady, but I'm very cautious nowadays. Anyway, I can't do the city of Boston without mentioning Richie. Richie from Boston, who I was a very, very small YouTuber not but a year ago. Coming up on my I'm looking at my oldest videos, and they still just say 1 year ago. That's how quickly all this stuff has happened. It's been more than a year. I think it's been almost 2 years since my first video about fake space, when I realized space was fake, and I made a video about it and published it. So, but yeah, it still says just a year ago. So I think it has actually have been 2 years before it says 2 years ago. So anyway, I made a playlist of classic videos. But anyway, my most popular video is closing in on 1 million views, and that's about the first photo of the dome firmament. And Richie from Boston noticed that, and he made a comment on that video, and he must have talked about it to his subscribers. And at the time, I don't know how many he had, but a lot, probably more than I have now, a lot more. And sent some of them over my way, and that kind of got me going. I got to 1,000 subscribers pretty quickly after that. And it's continued at a pretty rapid pace. I'm sure it'd be much better if I weren't throttled, but I'm sure what I'm doing, if it were less valuable, it probably wouldn't be throttled either. I don't know. I think there are opposing forces out there, and I think Richie seems to be a good force on the good side. And Richie from Boston, here's to you. He's the toast. He should be the toast of the town, not the fire chief after the town burns down. People like Richie from Boston should be the toast of the town. It won't be that way because the world we live in, but that was evident. Although the world seemed more cordial before 1812, and that was really trippy to go through this. And I'm not saying that I think that a rapture happened in 1812. I'm thinking end time like events happened in 1812, and it may just be that around the time of 1812, it may be that time in which Christ was crucified. What about that? Have you ever thought of that? It may be that he wasn't joking when he said, I tell you the truth, this generation will not pass before all these things are accomplished because of me. A generation could be as much as 1,000 years, as many as 1,000 years. So I think with this history mystery that we're dealing with, we have a compression of time as we find out the truth. And of course, the millions of years is not seeming to be the case, although it may be true outside of this era or this realm that we're in. But this earth and this reality and this world that we live in, I think is very young, very much younger even than the 6,000 years that I believed for a long time. And I'm not saying that the Bible is wrong. I think the Bible's timeline is correct. However, I made an assumption that
I made an assumption that I knew how many years transpired since the time of Christ's crucifixion and today, because we went from an epoch in our naming of the years, from an Anno Mundi, which would be since creation, we moved from that to Anno Domini. So I'm thinking now it may have been around 1812. If Christ was crucified in what we know as 1812, that would explain a lot. And if the world had a little bit more technology, and if the world were interconnected via telegraph lines, if the world had communications maybe of a different nature that were more advanced, then when Jesus told his disciples to go out and preach to the whole world, he wasn't being ignorant and saying, go out and preach to part of the world, the part of the world you know about, and don't worry about the rest. That doesn't make sense to me. As I sit here, I tell you, I believe what Jesus said. I believe that Jesus knew about the world. And when he said the world, he wasn't parsing words. He was just speaking truth. He said, go out and preach to the whole world, meaning Alaska, meaning Antarctica, meaning North America, South America, Guam, the Philippines, Cambodia, Estonia, Tartary, Grand Tartary, wherever that is, bounded, the highest mountain, the deepest depth. Nothing can separate you from the love that is in Christ Jesus. It all fits together. Why don't you give it a try with what the scripture says? And so when Jesus says, go out and preach to the whole world, what if he meant that? And what if Nero was in charge of this whole world? Maybe it was, the destruction of Jerusalem, 70 AD. That may have been tied into these events of 1812. And even 1812 is a little sketchy, because when you go to 1850, I hit a wall at 1850. It seemed like there was almost nobody around in 1850. Nothing was happening in 1850. And I don't know how you are, but if you go back in your own family records, everything we have, it's like this whole place was set up in 1850 almost. It's really strange. And I think a lot of this information has come to light since 2012, and it's almost like a veil was lifted, or a seal was broken, or a cat got out of a bag somewhere. Somebody left their barn door open and the horse went running out, type thing. Well, that's maybe not the best analogy, but all this information. I mean, look, this is melted granite. I mean, I looked at it and I thought, no, it looked like it just popped, But then later I read, and you heard me, that they said that granite melted and it was still 500 feet away from the nearest flames. It doesn't compute. That dog don't hunt. Okay, it just doesn't work. The physics. I know physics. Okay, it doesn't compute. 500 feet away, unless you're shooting a laser, directed energy. You have to be directing energy for that to happen. You have to be directing energy to get steel beams to bend and melt and all this type of stuff. And they admittedly had gunpowder and who knows what other incendiaries present. Plus, there's the sound of cannon fire, and they had the military, which is known for what? Cannon fire, right? Firing cannons, cannon fire. Yeah. Yeah. Military. Don't leave your city in the hands of military, especially during peacetime. That's when they seem to be really dangerous sometimes, It's crazy. So that's the history through the firefighter's eyes. I think it was a clever way for me to show you how, in the form of a very, very deep dive, how all this stuff can fit together. And with that, I'm wrapping it up. I hope you enjoyed it. This one took quite a while, so I apologize for the delays. Many of them were not my fault. Had some rendering issues, and getting this thing uploaded could take, well, half a day with the data caps I'm dealing with. It's crazy. So I'll get going on that, and hope you enjoyed, and cheers.
Come to our club, come to our club, come to our club.
You see this very frequently. This is the entered apprentice. There are two for fellowgraph, but master mason is right there.
He's not a real architect, but then the guy verifying him is not real, because None of them are. They didn't build those buildings. It's all bullcrap. You know, the Freemasons didn't build the buildings. It was Freemasonry. It was already there.
But that's the benefits that you see.